performances that are there. I'm really glad to welcome Pavitra and team from Nizam College, if I'm not mistaken, to give their folk dance. Please. You got the mic ready, huh? You have the audio ready there. Oh.
Lighting of the knowledge lamp. According to Ambedkar's ideology, basically we don't code, then we are converting it to last minute.
Vice-chancellor Osmania University, Sri Bhavani Shankar Ji, Joint Secretary to Governor, Professor V. Vijaya, Director, ELTCOU and Head of Department of English, esteemed faculty members and students, I have an immense pleasure to address this gathering of enthusiastic learners embarking on a one-month residential training program in English language and communication skills. This program is not just a course, but a transformative journey empowering you to dream big and achieve greater heights. It is inspiring to note that the rich legacy of the Department of English, Osmania University, which stands tall as one of the pillars of academic excellence since its inception in 1918. The English Language Teaching Center, ELTC, established in 1988, has played a pivotal role in shaping the linguistic proficiency of learners from diverse backgrounds. From agricultural scientists to tribal students, ELTC has left an indelible mark by conducting specialized programs, including this one, supported by the Governor of Telangana under discretionary grants. The ability to communicate effectively in English is a gateway to boundless opportunities. English is a global language and connects us to the wider world. It is the language of diplomacy, science, technology, and business, enabling individuals to cross cultural and geographical boundaries. Writer Frank Smith aptly put it, one language sets you in a corridor for life. Two languages open every door along the way. Communication skills, on the other hand, are the essence of personal and professional success. Effective communication fosters confidence, builds relationships, and enhances teamwork. In the words of George Bernard Shaw, the single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place. Mastering the art of communication ensures clarity in expression and ability to influence and inspire others. Students, this program is a unique opportunity for you to improve your English proficiency and develop strong communication skills. These skills will not only help you in academics, but also in articulating your thoughts and ideas effectively. I was hearing the professor speak, and it is a unique program. From all districts, I think one female student and one male student will be coming under this course for 1 month, and it will be a very intensive course from 10 a.m. I think to 4:30 p.m. and the students will be living in the guest house at that time. So it's a very beautifully designed course with speakers from different faculties coming here, from the industry also coming here. Now there's a feeling among many that English is not useful. There are a lot of thoughts like that also coming into being. Because earlier English symbolized the oppressor, the British Raj. Today, English is not a language of oppression, it is the expression. It is a means of communicating. It is a means of actually expression now. Earlier, a lot of Swadeshi movement happened and things of English were shunned and not boycotted. But today, English has become a language of expression, of universal expression. And these days are days of communication, whether through the internet or through any computers or through the phone, mobile phone. This is the age of communication, where you have to communicate. And these days we say in Hindi, very lightly we say as a joke, जो दिखता है वो बिकता है. दिखना? So दिखना चाहिए. So you have to be very forceful in your communicative skills. So strengthening your communication skill is empowering a person. And languages, expression, the language or expression in this world of where ideas and policies and expressions are today playing a pivotal role. In that, how do we get to the last man? This delivery of education is the delivery of empowerment. Today, education is empowerment. It is just not information or learning textbook, going to the library, taking down notes, and getting grades in exams. That is not the end of education. Today, education empowers. And we must empower the people living in the margins first. People don't have opportunities, that we have to create these opportunities. As we think of making a Viksit Bharat, a progressive Bharat, we cannot make a progressive Bharat without, taking in those people who are living in the margins and empower.
అనగారిన జీవితాల్లో అక్షరదారి పొద్దై పొడిసెను చదువుల జెండగా మారి ఈ దేశపు మొదటి పంతులమ్మగా చేరి మన జీవితాల్లో నింపి
we'll have a patriotic song by Shekhar and Mahesh. Hello.
Check, hello, check. Hello, check. Check, 1, 2, hello, check. Check. सही नहीं है. Hello, check.
Hello.
Hello. Check. Hello. Check 1. Hello. Check.
Hello.
ఫ్రంట్ 3 rows వదిలేసి మిగతా వాటిలో ఆక్యుపై చేయమని అనౌన్స్ చేయండి.
మీరు చెప్తే బాగుంటుంది నేను చెప్తే మరి వేరే తీరు ఫీల్ అయ్యారు అందరు ఇట్లా చెప్పుండ్రి గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ వన్ అని చెప్పిన తర్వాత ఈ సీట్స్ ప్రత్యేకంగా వీళ్ళ కోసం కేటాయించినాయి కాబట్టి ఖచ్చితంగా వెనకనే కూర్చుంటే బాగుంటుంది అని చెప్పండి.
అంటే వాళ్ళు వెనకనే ఉన్నారు, వాళ్ళనే ముందుకు రమ్మని చెప్తున్నారు.
అట్లా మంచిది. ఫ్రంట్ రోస్ అయితే మొత్తం పూర్తి చేయండి అని చెప్తే మేడం ఒకసారి మేడము ఏమంటుందంటే ఫ్రంట్ రోస్ నింపిన తర్వాత వాళ్ళు అంటాను ఫ్రంట్ రోస్ మొత్తం నింపిన తర్వాత మాట్లాడింది అంటాను. ఇక్కడ వాళ్ళు ఎన్నుకున్నది ఒకసారి Good morning, everyone. My name is Shekhar. I am from University College of Science, Saifabad, Usman University. నేను ఇప్పుడు పాడబోయే పాట మహనీయుల గురించి చిన్నగా. దండమో మా దీన బంధులకు మహనీయుల్లారా అందుకోండి పేదొల్ల దండాలు మహనీయుల్లారా. దండమో మా దీన బంధులకు మహనీయుల్లారా అందుకోండి పేదొల్ల దండాలు మహనీయుల్లారా. ఉద్యమాలకు బాటలేసి పోరుబాటకు రాగమయ్యి మా గుండె తెగ నరికిన సింహమోయి పెరియారు ఓహో పెరియారు ఆ నేటికి పెరియారు అంటేరో మహనీయుల్లారా నిదురుండది మూడాచారులకు మహనీయుల్లారా నిదురుండది మూడాచార్యులకు మహనీయుల్లారా చీ అన్న కులము నుండి విరజిమ్మిన కాంతివోలే బోధించి సమీకరించి పోరాడు మన్నాడు ఓ భీమరావు ఆ భీమరావు ఓ భీమరావు అంబేద్కర్ అయ్యో మహనీయుల్లారా భీమరావు అంబేద్కర్ అయ్యో మహనీయుల్లారా శూద్రులాకే సందామయ్యో మహనీయుల్లారా శూద్రులాకే సందామయ్యో మహనీయుల్లారా నెలరాలిన మందారాలు మల్లిపూయవురోరన్న నెలరాలిన మందారాలు నింగి కగిసిన తారా దివ్వెలు నేల దిగిరావోరన్న నింగి కగిసిన తారా దివ్వెలు యువతలోన పట్టుదలుంటే ఆశయాలకు ఆయుచ్చు పోయాలి నెలరాలిన మందారాలు మల్లిపూయవురోరన్న నెలరాలిన మందారాలు నింగి కగిచిన తారా దివ్వెలు నెల దిగిరావోరన్న నింగి కగిచిన తారా దివ్వెలు అంటారా నోడని మూతికి ముంతను నడుముకు తాటకు గట్టి ఎలన చేస్తే అర్రె అక్షరాల పైన పట్టునే సాధించి దేశమే గర్వించగలడమయ్యగసిన పేదోడి తలరాత రాజ్యాంగ నిర్మాత అంబేద్కర్ ఆత్మపై ఒట్టేసి చెబుతున్నా నెలరాలిన మందారాలు మల్లిపూయవురోరన్న నెలరాలిన మందారాలు నింగి కగిసిన తారా దివ్వెలు నేల దిగిరావోరన్న నింగి కగిసిన తారా దివ్వెలు. Thank you for giving this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Shekhar and Mahesh. Now I request Anjanelu and team to perform a patriotic dance. I'm telling him, announce it. Thank you so much, Anjanelu and team, for that wonderful performance. Now I request Deepika Chawla, who's studying at Nizam College, to give us a solo semi-classical dance. Go ahead.
Don't
request Simon to, that's not Simon, it's Karthik to give us a mimicry. Karthik is here? Karthik.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ టు ఎవ్రీవన్. ముందుగా ఒక చిన్న ప్రేయర్ తోటి సాధిద్దాం. వాగర్ధ వివ సంపాక్తవు వాగర్ధ ప్రతిపక్తే జగతపితారావు వందే శివే పార్వతీ పరమేశ్వరవు. ముందుగా భగవంతునికి, తల్లిదండ్రులకి, గురువులకి, నాకు ఇటువంటి అవకాశం ఇచ్చినటువంటి గురువులకి సాష్టాంగ వందనాలు తెలియజేస్తూ ఈరోజు ఈ మిమిక్రీ స్టార్ట్ చేద్దాం. ఫస్ట్ మన ఈ ఆడిటోరియం హాల్లోకి ఒక కోడి వస్తే ఏ విధంగా అరుస్తుందో మనం దాన్ని మిమిక్రీ చేసి చూపిస్తాం. అదేవిధంగా రెండు కోతులు కొట్టుకుంటే ఫైట్ చేసేటప్పుడు ఆ వాయిస్ ఏ విధంగా వస్తుందో మనం చూద్దాం. అదేవిధంగా అంబులెన్స్ సౌండ్ ఏ విధంగా వస్తుంది, సైరన్. అదేవిధంగా ఈ ఆడిటోరియం హాల్లోకి డాగ్ వస్తే ఏ విధంగా అది ఏ విధంగా సౌండ్ చేస్తుందో అది చూద్దాం. అదేవిధంగా ఈరోజు ఆడిటోరియం హాల్లో ఇటువంటి కార్యక్రమానికి ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర ముఖ్యమంత్రి నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడిని ఇన్వైట్ చేస్తే ఆయన వచ్చి మాట్లాడితే ఏ విధంగా ఉందో చూద్దాం.
ఈరోజు తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో జరుగుతున్నటువంటి ఈ ఉస్మానియా యూనివర్సిటీకి ముఖ్య అతిథిగా నన్ను విచ్చేసినటువంటి ప్రముఖులకు ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ ఉన్నా. మరి ఈ కార్యక్రమానికి బాబాసాహెబ్ అంబేద్కర్ కానివ్వండి, అదేవిధంగా మహాత్మా జ్యోతిరావు ఫులే కానివ్వండి, వీళ్ళందరూ మన కోసం ఎంతో కృషి చేస్తూ ఉన్నారు. మరి ఇటు అవకాశం ఇచ్చినటువంటి ప్రజలందరికీ నా కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేస్తూ ఉన్నాను.
అదేవిధంగా మన బిత్తిరి సత్తన్న వస్తే ఏ విధంగా ఉందో చూద్దాం. మన రాజాది గ్రేట్ సినిమాలో బిత్తిరి సత్తన్న కబడ్డీ ఆడినప్పుడు ఆయన ఒక డైలాగ్ ఉంటుంది, ఆ డైలాగ్ ఏ విధంగా ఉందో చూద్దాం.
కొడుకులు ఫ్యాంట్ల కోసం ఫానాలు తీస్తుంది, ఫుల్కులేదు ఫలకులేదు ఉన్నాడు అప్పయిందా వీడు. అబ్బా సాఫిత్రక ఏదున్నావు, అందరు బాగుర్రా. అగో ఇవాళ ఉస్మానియా యూనివర్సిటీలో తాగుదారి తోలేమల్లా పెద్ద ప్రోగ్రాం అవుతుంది అక్క. మస్తు మంచి పెద్దోళ్ళు వస్తున్నారు, మంత్రులు సార్లు కానీ వస్తున్నారు. ఇవాళ మన హెడ్లైన్స్ అన్ని తినమార ఆర్తలలో వేసుడే. అగో ఇవాళ తాగుదారి తోలేమో ఇవాళ ఆడిటోరియం వల్ల ఇవాళ మన మహానుభావులు మన కోసం అప్పట్లో చాలా మస్తు కృషి చేసిరాక. మంచిగా మన కోసం ఇవాళ మనం ఈ చైర్చిలా ఈ కుర్చీలా కూర్చొని ఇవాళ అంగి బట్ట వేసినామంటే అప్పట్లో వాళ్ళు చేసిన కృషాక మంచిగా చేసిరు. అప్పుడు వాళ్ళని ఇప్పుడు మనం తారీఖు చేసుకోవడం మంచిదక్క అని ఈ విధంగా మనకి సత్తన్న చేయడం జరుగుతూ ఉన్నది. అదేవిధంగా శంఖం ఊస్తే ఏ విధంగా సౌండ్ వస్తుందో చూద్దాం. అదేవిధంగా మన ఉస్మానియా వేదిక మీదకి ఉగ్గు కళాకారులు వస్తే ఏ విధంగా వాళ్ళు చేస్తారనేది చూద్దాం. శ్రీహరి రాఘవులే హరియా రఘునందన సిన్ని 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 మాడి పండు రామ సిన్ని మాడి పండు ఎంత ముద్దుగా ఉన్నది రా కూత మాడి పండు రామ బాల మాడి పండు లాలి 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 అమ్మ లాలి లాలి లాలి. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Now, after the patriotic dance and semi-classical and mimicry, when I call upon Simon to give a live music. You want me to hold it because it's not column? You want me to hold it?
Yeah, I need a glass.
Huh? Take it. But how do you put it in play? I'll hold it for you.
No. I'll talk and I'll play after.
Check.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Simon Peter from Nizam College. I'm a beatboxer, music producer, and I'm a keyboardist. It's an honor to stand here in front of you all and perform. So how many of you know what beatboxing is? Oh, I only see a few hands. So for people who don't know what beatboxing is ante note-to indaka mimicry lagane cheyadam kani we do musical sounds like drums, trumpets, etc. How many of you all want to hear some drums made from my mouth? Overlo josh leda. Okay, let's start. థ్యాంక్ యూ గైస్. సడన్గా అందరిలో జోష్ వచ్చినట్టుంది. ఓకే, నాకు బీట్ బాక్సింగ్లో ఎక్స్పెరిమెంట్ చేయడం చాలా ఇష్టం. వెస్టర్న్ మ్యూజిక్సే కాకుండా నాకు సౌత్ ఇండియన్ తీన్మార్ బీట్స్ చేయడం కూడా ఇష్టం. ఎంతమంది తీన్మారినారని అడిగున్నారు? ఓకే, లెట్స్ గో. నైసా? ఒక ఫైనల్ బీట్ మర్ఫా ఎంతమందికి తెలుసు? మర్ఫా తెలియని వాళ్ళు ఎవరున్నారు అబ్బా? తెలంగాణలో ఫేమస్ కదా మర్ఫా. ఇందామా? నచ్చిందా అందరికీ? థ్యాంక్ యూ ఆల్ సో మచ్. ఫర్ మై నెక్స్ట్ పర్ఫార్మెన్స్, ఎంతమంది మూవీస్ చూస్తారు? అందరు చూస్తారు కదా. సో ప్రతి మూవీలో హీరో ఎంటర్ అయ్యేటప్పుడు ఒక బీజిఎం ప్లే అవుతుంది, తెలుసా అందరికీ? నాకు ఈ బీజిఎమ్స్ అంటే ఫుల్ నచ్చినాయి ఒకసారి. సో వాళ్ళు ఎట్లా ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేస్తారో దాన్ని చాలా ఎక్స్పెరిమెంట్ చేసి లైవ్లో దాన్ని ప్లే చేయడానికి నేను ప్రిపేర్ వచ్చిన. ఐ బాట్ యూ ఆల్ 6 బీజిఎమ్స్. ఆల్ యూ ఆల్ రెడీ? ఇంకొంచెం గట్టిగా. Okay, let's go. నచ్చింది అందరికీ సాంగ్? ఓకే, ఇంకో సాంగ్ కూడా ఉంది, ఆగండి, దొరకట్లే. ఓకే, రైట్. ఈ సాంగ్ ఎంతమందికి తెలుసో చూద్దాం. సారీ గైస్, కొంచెం మిస్టేక్ అయింది ఇక్కడ. ఓకే, ఓకే సార్. ఓకే ఓకే, ఈ నెక్స్ట్ వన్ నా ఫేవరెట్. అందరు మంచిగానండి. ఎంతమందికి సాంగ్ తెలుసు? ఒక నిమిషం. తెలుసా ఎవరికని సాంగ్? ఇప్పుడు చెప్పండి. ఓకే, స్టార్టా? అరుస్తలే, ఎవరికి నచ్చలే అనుకుంటా. అంతేనా? ఇది కూడా నా ఫేవరెట్. చెక్. థ్యాంక్ యూ గైస్, థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. అండ్ లాస్ట్ సాంగ్ ఇది మీకు నచ్చుతుంది అనుకుంటున్నా. నేనైతే కొంచెం నర్వస్ ఉన్నా, ఇది కొంచెం హార్డ్ ఉంది నాకు. 95 ఓకే, దాట్స్ ఇట్ గైస్. థ్యాంక్ యూ ఆల్ సో మచ్. తీసేస్తా.
There's another patriotic dance by the students from Nizam College. The students who are there at the back, there are few vacant seats in the front rows. Kindly come and occupy. Don't stand.
मारे या कोई मारे ना, यहाँ अपनी भी थोड़ी अदा थोड़ा अंदाज है। ऐसे हैं चाहे वैसे हैं, अरे जो भी हैं जैसे हैं, खुद पे हमें नाज है। जाने ना हमको ये ज़माना, चाहो तो हमको आज़माना। कारबाज हम जानसाज हम इश्कबाज दिल वाले, कहते हैं हमको प्यार से इंडिया वाले। छूटे दिल के तार से इंडिया वाले, छीन ले हार से इंडिया वाले। दुश्मन के छक्के छुड़ा दे हम इंडिया वाले, दुश्मन के छक्के छुड़ा दे हम इंडिया वाले।
Tinek chick, dum, tinek chick, dum, tinek chick, tinek chick 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 dum, tinek chick, hey. తికమక పెట్టే అమాయకత్వం, చకచకలాడే వేగం, అలాగ ఉంటా ఇలాగ ఉంటా ఆకతాయిలం మేము. చెప్పేదని అర్థమేం చెప్పరా? అరే భాయ్ స్ట్రేట్ గానే చెప్తా ఇనుకో. సత్యం పలికే హరిచంద్రులం, సత్యం పలికే హరిచంద్రులం, అవసరానికో అబద్ధం. నిత్యం నమాజు పూజలు చేస్తాం, రోజు తన్నుకు చస్తాం. సత్యం పలికే హరిచంద్రులం, అవసరానికో అబద్ధం. నిత్యం నమాజు పూజలు చేస్తాం, రోజు తన్నుకు చస్తాం. నమ్మిత ప్రాణాలైనా ఇస్తాం, నమ్మడమేలా కష్టం. అరముక్కు సూటిగా ఉన్నది చెప్తాం, నచ్చకుంటే మీ కర్మం. అర కష్టం వచ్చినా కన్నీళ్ళొచ్చినా చెదరని నవ్వుల ఇంద్రధనసులం. మేమే ఇండియన్స్, మేమే ఇండియన్స్, మేమే ఇండియన్స్, అరే మేమే ఇండియన్స్, మేమే ఇండియన్స్, మేమే ఇండియన్స్, మేమే ఇండియన్స్, మేమే ఇండియన్స్.
సరిహద్దున నువ్వు లేకుంటే కను బాబా కంటి నిన్నుగా నిద్రపోదురా, నిద్రపోదురా. ఇరువెత్తును నిప్పు కంచెవై నువ్వుంటేనే జాతి బాబుగా ఎగురుతుందిరా, పైకెగురుతుందిరా. ఇల్లే ఇండియా, దిల్లే ఇండియా, నీ తల్లే ఇండియా. తన భరోసా నువ్వే దేశం కొనక. చదవేలేని సేవక ఓ సైనిక, పనిలో పరుగే తీరిక ఓ సైనిక. ప్రాణం తేలిక ఓ సైనిక, పోరాటం నీకో వేడుక ఓ సైనిక. जय बोले मन में प्रण ले रण में तन दे जज्बे की धूप में जला अंगारे
I know there's a lot of waiting happening. Even we regret for the delay in starting the program. The chief guest is on his way. In the meanwhile, I request our MSc students from mathematics, Ms. Likita, to give us a patriotic song. Likita, if you're here.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Dhannaram Likita. I am pursuing MSc Applied Mathematics from Osmania University. ఆకాశ దీపానివో జగజీవన రామో అందాల చందూరు నీవో జగజీవన రామో అందుకో మా వందనం జగజీవన రామో సామాజిక విప్లవ వందనం జగజీవన రామో. చప్పట్లు కొడదామా? పాటకు అనుగుణంగా చప్పట్లు కొడుతూ విందాం. ఆకాశ దీపానివో జగజీవన రామో అందాల చందూరు నీవో జగజీవన రామో అందుకో మా వందనం జగజీవన రామో సామాజిక విప్లవ వందనం జగజీవన రామో. కూడు గుడ్డాలేని కూడి నాలొల్లాను దుక్కులు దున్నుతున్నా బక్క రైతులను ఒక్కటిగా చెయ్యాలంటివా జగజీవన రాము దిక్కు చూపాలంటివా జగజీవన రాము. ఆకాశ దీపానివో జగజీవన రాము అందుకో మా వందనం జగజీవన రాము. రాష్ట్రాన్ని ఏలుతున్న బాపని మరి కమ్మారెడ్లు హక్కులు సాధించాలంటూ ఆశయాల బాటల్లోన దండోరా వెయ్యమంటివా జగజీవన రాము దండు గట్టాలంటివా జగజీవన రాము. ఆకాశ దీపానివో జగజీవన రాము అందుకో మా వందనం జగజీవన రాము అందుకో మా వందనం జగజీవన రాము సామాజిక విప్లవ వందనం జగజీవన రాము. నడువురా కొడుక నడువురా వీరుల దారిలో నడువురా మహనీయుల త్రోవలో సాగరా. నడువురా కొడుక నడువురా వీరుల దారిలో నడువురా మహనీయుల త్రోవలో సాగరా. అమ్మ మీద పట్టురా కమ్మని మాట చెప్పుత పట్టురా వినరా వినరా చంద్రము నువ్వు కావాలి జనహోరు సంద్రము వినరా వినరా చంద్రము నువ్వు కావాలి జనహోరు సంద్రము. కులమత దైవవాదాన్ని ప్రశ్నించేవే మన పద్యాలురా రాబోయే కాల జ్ఞానాన్ని రాసిన వీర బ్రహ్మం చూడరా. మనిషికి మనిషికి మమతను పంచిన సంతూ రవిదాసురా జ్యోతిరావు పూలే అయ్యి జాతినేకం చేసేరా. సావిత్రిబాయికి చదువు నేర్పి సావిత్రిబాయికి చదువు నేర్పి అక్షరాలపైన హక్కులు కల్పించే వినరా వినరా చంద్రము నువ్వు కావాలి జనహోరు సంద్రము వినరా వినరా చంద్రము నువ్వు కావాలి జనహోరు సంద్రము. అమ్మ మీద ఒట్టురా కమ్మని మాట చెప్పుత పట్టురా నడువురా కొడుక నడువురా వీరుల దారిలో నడవరా మహనీయుల త్రోవలో సాగరా. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
everyone. We are from St. Mary's Anniversary of College Management. This song dedicated Management Fest conducted by Department of Business Management OU.
check, hello, 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 check.
Hello. दो दिलों की है प्रेम कहानी ले आए देखो कहाँ इन लकीरों में मिलना अपना था जन्मों पहले लिखा हमारे मिलन को है तरसे जो नैना इन्हें आज ना रोकना जुदा अब ना होंगे करो हमसे वादा मेरा साथ ना छोड़ना तुम्हें आज पाएंगे या मर ही जाएंगे ये ख्वाब ना तोड़ना मेरे ढोल ना सुन मेरे प्यार की धुन मेरे ढोल ना सुन मेरे ढोल ना सुन मेरे प्यार की धुन मेरे ढोल ना सुन मेरी चाहते तो फिजा में बहेगी जिंदा रहेगी होगे फना तने तुम तान धीरे धीरे नामी जे तुम्हा शुधु जे तुम्हा मेरे ढोल ना सांसों में तेरी सरगमें हैं अब रात दिन जिंदगी मेरी तो कुछ ना अब तेरे बिन सांसों में तेरी सरगमें हैं अब रात दिन जिंदगी मेरी तो कुछ ना अब तेरे बिन तेरी धड़कनों की सरगोशी मेरी धड़कनों में बजती है मेरी जागती निगाहों में ख्वाहिश तेरी सजती है मेरे ख्याल में हर पल तेरे ख्याल शामिल है लंबी जुदाइयों वाले मुश्किल बड़ी ही मुश्किल है ओ पिया धनी पद 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 गम पद नि सा नि सा नि सा नि सा धनी 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 पद 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 गम पद नि पानी नि सा पानी नि सा पानी नि सा पानी नि सा गम पद नि सा पद नि सा पद नि सा गम पद नि सा पद पम गम गरि सा नि धनी सा गम पद पद नि सा नि सा नि सा नि सा नि सा नि सा धनी 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 गम पद नि सा पद गम पद नि सा पद गम पम गम गरि सरि सनि धनी धनी नि सा सा गा गम गा सा सा गा गम म धनी धनी सा गा सनि धनी सा नि धनी सा प म ध नि सा धनी ध प गम गरि सनि సగమదని సని దప మగమ్మ కరి సని సగమదని సని దప మగమ్మ కరి గదని ని సగ గని ని సగ గమమ్మ సగ గమమ్మ దద గమమ్మ దద మమ్మ దదని ని సగ దదని ని సగ আমি যে তোমার শুধু যে তোমার মেরে ঢোল না सुन थैंक यू
Thank you, Shashank, for your dance and the song. The chief guest is on his way there, and really appreciate your patience and waiting. I know it's tough to wait, but kindly bear with us for some more time, and we would start it shortly. Okay, we all set to begin the program. May I request our student from Nizam College who's pursuing BA Psychology, Chinmay Verma, will present us with the welcome dance.
పరి పమరి మస మరి మప సన మరి మరి మపని సరి 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 సమక్రి సరి 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 సమక్రి సరి 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 పమరి మపని సరి చే దదన కరిత
I think you can do a better job by putting your hands together for Chinmay. We also have the guests and the chief guest arriving into the hall. We welcome everyone for this celebrating the birth anniversaries of Babu Jagjivan Ram, Mahatma Jyothibai Phule, and Dr.B.R.Ambedkar. This is a 4-day event which is conducted by the Director of SC/ST Cell, BC Cell, and Minority Cell of Osmania University in collaboration with the Office of the Dean Development and UGC Affairs at OU. I request all the members, there are a lot of vacant seats, kindly fill it up and settle down, please. Kindly settle down. There are a lot of vacant chairs here in front. Yeah, there are a few chairs at the back as well. Okay, it's time to welcome the dignitaries onto the dais. First, I welcome the convener of this program, Professor B. Lavanya ma'am, Dean Development and UG Affairs, OU, to come out of the dais, ma'am. May I request the Vice Principal of UCC and BM, that is University College of Commerce and Business Management, Dr. V. Samunatha ma'am, to welcome our convener with a floral bouquet. Next, it's time to invite our officer on special duty to the Vice-chancellor, Professor S. Jitendra Kumar Naik, sir, to come out of the dais, sir. Sir is from the Zoology Department and is a researcher in the area of toxicology. May I request Dr. Y. Kalyana Lakshmi, Director of Women's Hostel OU, to welcome sir with a floral bouquet. It's time to invite our registrar, Professor Gaddam Naresh Reddy, sir, Registrar OU, to come out of the dais, please. He's a distinguished academician in the field of accounting and finance, and the 24th Registrar of OU from Department of Commerce. Yeah, there are a lot of commerce fans there. May I request Dr. Hamida B., Director of Minority Cell, to come over to welcome sir with a floral bouquet. Yeah, kindly put your hands together as we welcome the President of the function, Senior Professor Kumar Mulguram, sir, Honorable Vice-Chancellor of OU, to come over to the dais. A very distinguished civil engineer and the 26th Vice-Chancellor of Osmania University. May I request our colleague, Professor S. Kavita Devi ma'am from Department of Commerce, to welcome sir with a floral bouquet. It's time for us to welcome the guest of honor, Dr. Riaz, Chairman, Telangana State Library Council, Government of Telangana, to come over, please. May I request Dr. Konda Nageshwar Rao, Director of Civil Services, to welcome sir with a floral bouquet. Dr. Riaz is a distinguished educationist, historian, and a committed social advocate, currently serving as the chairman of the Telangana State Library Council. Yeah, let's go and inviting the chairman and the guest of honor. No, I've done with the guest of honor, the chief guest, Sri Gaddam Prasad Kumar sir, Honorable Speaker, Telangana Legislative Assembly, to come over, please. Beg your pardon for that error. May I request the Director of SC/ST Cell OU, Professor I. Daisy ma'am, to come over, please. To welcome, sir. A word or two about sir. He's a seasoned and dynamic Indian politician, currently serving with distinction as the Speaker of the Telangana Legislative Assembly, representing the Vikarabad constituency. He's a dedicated member of the Telangana National Congress and a respected voice in the political landscape of Telangana. With a rich and illustrious political journey, Prasad Kumar sir has earlier served as member of the Andhra Pradesh Legislative Assembly, where he consistently championed the cause of social justice and inclusive development. His administrative acumen was further recognized through his services in the ministerial roles, and he's renowned for his steadfast commitment, visionary leadership, and grassroots connect. Speaker Prasad Kumar continues to be a strong advocate for the upliftment of marginalized communities. His elevation as a speaker marks a historic milestone as he became the first Dalit to hold this prestigious office in Telangana, symbolizing progress, representation, and empowerment. Welcome you, sir. May I request all the dignitary on the days and all the conveners of the 4-day program to lead us from darkness to light and invoke the divine presence into our midst. May I welcome all the dignitaries to get to the lighting of the lamp, lighting of the knowledge lamp, to pay tribute to the dignitaries. I stopped it. It's not using. This is better. Jarring out. మీరు వెళ్ళి ఎదురుగా అడిగి మీరు ముందు వెళ్ళండి అక్కడ. Garlanding the portraits. చెప్పండి. Request members to garland the portraits as a mark of tribute to the dignitaries. Request the students who are standing in the alley to kind chairs and settle down, please. Yeah, the ones at the back, request you all to settle down, please. Thanks to all the dignitaries on the dais for the lighting of the lamp and garlanding the portraits. I request the President of the function, Senior Professor Kumar Molguram sir, Honorable Vice-chancellor of Osmania University, to give the welcome address.
Sir, use this, sir. It's not working. I warmly welcome you all to this auspicious August gathering today in the 108 years old and historical legacy Osmania University to commemorate the lives of the greatest visionaries and the social thinkers of our country. As part of the program, the activities and events has been planned for 4 days. At the outset, I extend my hearty welcome to the Honorable Speaker of Telangana Legislative Assembly, Sri Gaddam Prasad Kumar Garu, to the historical Osmania University. Sir, on behalf of the all teaching, non-teaching staff, scholars and students and other participants, I heartily welcome you, sir, to this August gathering. We are thankful to you for accepting our invitation to be chief guest to this grand inaugural function today. About the Osmania University, sir. Osmania University, established in the year 1917, stands as a beacon of higher education and academic excellence. Founded by His Exalted Highness Mir Usman Ali Khan, Asaf Jah, 7th, the Nizam of Hyderabad. It holds the distinction of being the 7th oldest university in India, the 3rd oldest in South India, and the oldest in Telangana. The university pioneered higher education through Urdu as the medium of instruction until the mid-1950s, when it is transitioned to English. The university academic excellence is reflected in its numerous accreditations and rankings. It received a 5-star accreditation in 2001, followed by A grade in 2008 and an A+ grade in 2017 from NAC. The UGC granted it a Category 1 status in 2018. In the National Institutional Ranking Framework for 2024, it ranked 6th among public state universities, 43 in the state university category, and 78th in overall category of ranking. The university has achieved notable international recognitions, featuring in the Emerging Economics University ranking in 2022 and among the top 250 Asian universities by Times Higher Education World Universities ranking. It secured the 131st position in QS 2025 South Asia ranking, placed in 471 to 480 band in QS 2025 Asia University ranking, and listed in the 1201 to 1400 band in QS 2025 World ranking, World University ranking. The university has consistently ranked among India's top 10 universities for 15 consecutive years in surveys by India Today, Nielsen and Week Hansa Research. It was designated as a university with potential for excellence, UPE, in 2012, extended in 2017, became MOU RUSA 2.0, supported by supporting universities in 2019. Now the name changed as PM Usha. Our University College of Engineering has secured the rank band 101 to 150 ranking engineering category by NIRF 2024. Osmania University operates as a multi-faculty, multidisciplinary and multi-locational institution. It emphasizes 66 academic disciplines, 56 departments spread across 8 campus colleges, 4 Constance colleges and 5 district PG colleges. The university offers 69 undergraduate courses with 125 combinations and 114 postgraduate courses, along with research facilities for MPhil in one discipline and PhD program in 66 disciplines. Its workforce comprises 331 teaching staff, 1040 non-teaching staff, 1996 personnel on contract timescale and outsourced basis. Currently serving approximately 3.8 lakh students through 739 affiliated colleges across the 6 districts. Osmania University continues to enhance its academic offerings, research capabilities and infrastructure while maintaining its position among India's leading state university. Research at Osmania University is comprehensive and interdisciplinary, conducted across all departments. 15 specialized research centers and 5 academic centers. The faculty receives substantial research funding from national and international agencies. 3 departments are under UGC Special Assistant Program. 5 have achieved Center for Advanced Studies and 4 receive continuous funding through DST and FIST program. The university has secured significant grants, including the DBT Slayer project 15 crores, DST PERS funding 17 crores, RUSA 2.0 support 107 crores. International research collaborations extend to United Kingdom, Malaysia, Taiwan, Vietnam and Slovenia, including 2 projects under ICARI. The university has implemented various educational innovations, including the choice-based credit system and CIE and new courses in emerging fields such as A&ML, data science, cyber security and business analytics, etc. It has established crucial facilities such as the Central Facilities for Research and Development and National Center for Additive Manufacturing and Osmania University Technology Business Incubator, which has fostered 19 startups. The university faculty has secured 207 patents with 26 granted and other published as of December 2024. Presently, 80% of the faculty members have registered for the Google Scholar IDs and Vidwan, and our citations crossed 80,000 with H-index almost 75. Student support services include career guidance, job fairs, healthcare, psychological counseling and skill development programs. The university has established specialized centers for competitive examination coaching, placement services, psychological counseling, English language training, computing, healthcare and civil service preparations, etc. About today's chief guest, Sri Gaddam Prasad Kumar Garu is the Speaker of the Telangana Legislative Assembly and represents Vikarabad in Telangana Legislative Assembly. Sir, it is the first time that the Speaker of Telangana Assembly has visited this oldest university in our state. Sir, it is a former member of Andhra Pradesh Legislative Assembly. He has been the active public life for more than 3 decades. Especially, he is the man of the masses in his constituency. He is a soft-spoken, humble, having lot of concern to the marginalized sections of the society. Sri G. Prasad Kumar Garu, unanimously elected as a Speaker of Telangana Legislative Assembly and took charge on 14th December 2023. His greatness of an Assembly Speaker lies in the crucial role as a presiding officer, ensuring orderly proceedings, maintaining impartiality and upholding the rules of the House, while also acting as a custodian of the parliamentary privileges and the symbol of authority. Thanking you, sir, once again for your presence in spite of your busy schedule. Really, we are thankful to you, sir, for your gracious presence. Now coming to our guest of honor, Sri Dr. Riyaz Garu. Riyaz Garu is very known person among the youth of Telangana state, and he took an active part in the latter phase Telangana statehood movement. He is a good orator and has been a popular teacher for competitive examinations. He has been instrumental in addressing many issues related to the education, students, employment, etc. Currently, he is the chairman for the state libraries, Rashtriya Gandhalaya Parishad chairman, Telangana state. We heartily welcome you, sir, to this August gathering. Introduction and context of this present program. As a part of the celebrations of birth anniversaries, we have planned for a series of academic activities and events from 10th April to 13th April in our Usmania University. The commemoration of social reformers, Sri Babu Jagjivan garu, Mahatma Jyothibai Phule garu and Dr.B.R.Ambedkar garu honors their monumental contributions in challenging caste discrimination, untouchability and gender inequality in India. Babu Jagjivan garu advocacy for Dalit rights, Phule's pioneering work in promoting education for women and lower communities. Dr.B.R.Ambedkar garu, the fundamental role in drafting the Indian Constitution, which enshrined principles of equality and justice, have a left an enduring legacy. Their collective efforts continue to inspire movements for social justice and equality, serving as a reminder of the ongoing struggle for a more inclusive and just society. The event commemorating the contributions of social reformers Babu Jagjivan Ram, Mahatma Jyothibai Phule and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar celebrates and transformative impact of these leaders in fighting caste discrimination, untouchability and gender inequality. As a matter of fact, all three social reformers strongly believe that the education is only the weapon to get the transformation in human life. So in fact, we are all here because of the constitutional, the rights. All you are sitting here because of the constitutional right. We are all enjoying the present, the situation based on this. His immense contributions to Indian society are honored through celebrations of his birth anniversaries on every year
Ambedkar Jayanti in our country. His experiences and humiliation
instilled him deep resolve to fight against the injustice of the caste system. Dr. B.R.Ambedkar, 1891 to 1956, widely known as architect of the Indian Constitution, was a social reformer, jurist, economist, and champion for the rights of the marginalized sections. He overcame immense obstacles to pursue education, earning degrees from prestigious institutions like Columbia University and London School of Economics, etc. Ambedkar dedicated his life to fighting caste inequalities, advocating for rights of Dalit, and striving for social justice. He played a pivotal role in drafting the Indian Constitution, embedding principles of equality, liberty, and fraternity. Spanning several decades, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's political journey included roles as a legislator, a party leader, a member of the drafting committee of the Indian Constitution, and the independent India's first law minister. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's most enduring legacy in Indian politics in his role as the chairman of the drafting committee of the Constitution. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's contributions to Indian society are vast and varied, reflecting his social reformer, economist, politician, and legal luminary. Here are some of his major contributions: architect of the Indian Constitution, conception of Reserve Bank of India, etc. So about the Phule. Phule was born in 1827 in Maharashtra. He wanted to stop caste discrimination in the country. Phule believed everyone should have the right to education, no matter their caste or gender. In 1847, he opened the first school for girls in India. And first, he fought for the caste discrimination. Phule believed that the caste system was unfair. Phule strongly believed that everyone, no matter their caste or gender, should have access to the education. The first school for girls in 1848, Phule and his wife Savitribai Phule opened the first school for girls in Pune. So this was a major caste communities. Because of his, the intervention now at Usmania University, sir, 70% of the girl students entered in the Usman city, especially in the PG programs and UG programs. Around 60 to 65% of the students entered to the UG programs. Fighting for women rights, support for poor, importance of education. So his contributions are really appreciable. And ending untouchability, Phule worked hard to end the untouchability, the practice of treating certain communities as less important. He wanted everyone to be treated equally regardless of their community. Social reforms, Phule started Satyashodak Samaj in 1873 to fight for the rights of the poor and oppressed. So lasting impact, Jyothibai Phule's work continues to inspire people today. His efforts for equality, education, justice helped change the Indian society, still influence social movements today. Finally, this particular commemoration seeks to reflect on their impact, celebrate their achievements, and reinforce the importance of their work in shaping India's democratic and inclusive framework. I feel that this platform will help to the teachers, scholars, students to know more about their great deeds of great visionaries of our India, our country. Hope it is in need of the hour to sensitize certain things and also make learning process more inclusive. Sir, presently the government of Telangana really implemented so many reforms and policies. Now the universities
opportunity to flow to any number of PhD topics, question topics, even the faculty they can take up the project, they can apply to study the
impact of the social reforms and policies, etc. by the governments, and we can submit some kind of reports, inputs based on some kind of surveys, based on some kind of studies. We can contribute in the form of inputs to the governments, whatever the reforms and the policies taken by this thing. So the students should please work on these policies and the implications because of the policies, etc. With this, thank you very much for patiently listening all the the 3 persons great kind of contribution to the country. Thank you very much for
the opportunity given to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that historical account and taking us into the memory lane of all the great people whose birth anniversary that we are celebrating today. May I request the organizing committee to help the dignitaries to release the book to commemorate this event. May I request Lavanya ma'am and others to help. There's a lot of discussions to go on in the next 4 days to happen from now. And to commemorate this event, a book has been released. Thank you, sirs and ma'ams. It's time to listen to the speech by Dr. Riaz, the Chairman, Telangana State Library Council. May I request Dr. Riaz, sir, please to come over.
The President of the function, Honorable Vice-chancellor of prestigious University, Osmania, and my beloved friend, Professor Kumar Garu. In his presence, of His Excellence, Speaker of Telangana Assembly, is not only Speaker of Telangana Assembly, a public leader, a beloved person, a towering personality, Sri Gaddam Prasad Kumar Garu, esteemed professors, academicians, organizers, administrators, and my dear student friends. Sabaku namaskaram, sabaku salam, sabaku jai bhim. Tamasoma jyotirgamaya, asatoma nirgamaya. The path which leads us from dark to light, it is the path, we have to respect it. అక్కడ మనకు కనిపించిన మహనీయులు జ్యోతిరావు పూలే, we respect him as Mahatma. Dr.B.R.Ambedkar ji, who is the pioneer of Indian democratic thoughts and chairman of drafting committee of Indian Constitution, and beloved leader who introduced so many reforms in his 40 years of ministerial experience, Babu Jagjivan garu. భారత సమాజానికి ఒక మార్గాన్ని నిర్దేశించి భారత సమాజానికి ఒక వెలుగును ప్రసాదించిన ఆ మహనీయుల వెలుగు నీడ ఏదైతుందో ఏప్రిల్ మాసంలో వారి స్మరణ కోసం, వారి ఆశయ సాధన కోసం అంకితమయ్యే క్రమంలో ఈ సభ నిర్వహించాలని తలపెట్టిన గౌరవ వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ గారికి, అలాగే ఉస్మానియా యూనివర్సిటీ సిబ్బందికి, ప్రొఫెసర్స్కి, అడ్మినిస్ట్రేటర్కి మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా చేతులెత్తి నేను ధన్యవాదాలు వ్యక్తం చేస్తున్నాను. టన్నుల కొద్ది మాటల కన్నా అనువంత ఆచరణ గొప్పగా ఉంటుంది. మనం స్మరించుకునే బాట, మనం స్మరించుకునే మహనీయులు మనకు జీవితకాలం స్ఫూర్తిగా, ప్రేరణగా ఉండాలి. భారత సమాజానికి ఒక సుదీర్ఘమైన చరిత్ర ఉంది. ఇండియా ఈజ్ హ్యావింగ్ ఏ గ్రేట్ హిస్టరీ. వెన్ వీఆర్ డిస్కసింగ్ రిగార్డింగ్ the historical path of India in a chronological order, you can see the great idealistic history, idealistic philosophy we are having. భారతదేశం గర్వించదగ్గ గొప్ప వేదిక్ సంస్కృతి భారతదేశంలో ఉంది. అదే సందర్భంలో we are having the great materialistic philosophy also India is possessing. The philosophy of Charvaka, the philosophy of Lokayuta, the philosophy of Gautam Buddha, the philosophy of Kabir, the philosophy of Nanak, the philosophy of Jyothibai Phule, the philosophy of Ambedkar, the philosophy of Babu Jagjivan made us to sit in this dais, in this hall. We have to salute this philosophy which made India as a great country, particularly in the achievements and inventions of science and technological fields, as well as spirituality, as well as the democratic values. Jeremy Jefferson అంటాడు, ఏమంటాడంటే, unless the people are aware, the concept of democracy will not be a successful one. If you want to make the biggest democracy in the world, that is our mother India, we have to follow the path of our great pioneers. ఇప్పుడు ఉస్మానియా యూనివర్సిటీకి ఒక చరిత్ర ఉంది. ఈ మహనీయులు ఏ నెలలోనైతే జన్మించారో, అంటే ఏప్రిల్ 5న బాబు జగజీవన్ రావు గారు, ఏప్రిల్ 11న జ్యోతిరావు పులే గారు, అట్లాగే ఏప్రిల్ 14న మనకి డాక్టర్ B.R. అంబేద్కర్ గారు. ఉస్మానియా యూనివర్సిటీ కూడా ఏప్రిల్ 26, 2000 మనకి 1916లో మనకి బేసికల్గా దాని ఆర్డర్ వచ్చి 17లో బయటకు వచ్చి 18 నుంచి స్టార్ట్ అయింది. ఏప్రిల్ 26 ఇస్ దే పైనీర్ డే ఆఫ్ ఉస్మానియా యూనివర్సిటీ, ద పాత్ విచ్ ఈస్ షోడ్ బై దెమ్. వాట్ ఈస్ ద సెలబ్రేషన్స్ వీఆర్ మేకింగ్ అకార్డింగ్ టు దేర్ బర్త్డే? ద సెలబ్రేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఉస్మానియా యూనివర్సిటీ ఆల్సో ఇట్ ఈస్ ఇన్ ఏప్రిల్ 26th. దట్ ఈస్ ఏ ప్రైడ్ ఆఫ్ ఉస్మానియా యూనివర్సిటీ. కాబట్టి ఏప్రిల్ మాసానికి మహనీయుల జీవితాలకు, వాళ్ళ జీవన తేదీలకు ఎట్లయితే ఒక పరంపర ఉందో, ఉస్మానియా యూనివర్సిటీ అదే పరంపరలో వచ్చింది. మనం ఇక్కడ టాగూర్ ఆడిటోరియంలో ఉన్నాం. మనం ఈ టాగూర్ ఆడిటోరియం ఏర్పడడానికి ముందు ద లాస్ట్ నిజామ్ ఆఫ్ ది ఆసఫ్జాయి డైనెస్టీ, మీర్ ఉస్మాన్ అలీ ఖాన్, ఈ మేడ్ నెగోషియేషన్స్ టు ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ ది యూనివర్సిటీ విత్ సో మెనీ పీపుల్, అండ్ ఈ టుక్ అడ్వైస్ ఫ్రమ్ Rabindranath Tagore, because Rabindranath Tagore met Mir Usman Ali Khan to strengthen his university at Calcutta, that is Shanti Niketan. Later it is known as Vishwa Shanti Niketan. And at the time he advised Mir Usman Ali Khan to establish the university with Indian language, that is Urdu. But at the same time we started a translation bureau now which is grown and established in the name of IFLU. కాబట్టి ఉస్మానియా యూనివర్సిటీ గొప్ప చరిత్ర ఉంది. ఆ ఉస్మానియా యూనివర్సిటీ గొప్ప చరిత్ర సాక్షిగా ఈరోజు ప్రొఫెసర్ కుమార్ గారు మహనీయుల జయంతిని ఇక్కడ జరుపుకునే కార్యక్రమాన్ని నిర్వహించడం చాలా గొప్పది. దానికి ద పీపుల్స్ లీడర్ మన స్పీకర్ గారిని పిలవడం అనేది నిజంగా మనందరం కూడా చప్పట్లు కొట్టి అభినందించాల్సిన ఒక నిర్ణయం. ఒక 2-3 విషయాలు మీతో ప్రస్తావించి ముగిస్తాను. అదేంటంటే, దిస్ కల్చర్ ఈజ్ గంగా జమునా తహజీబ్. ద కల్చర్ ఆఫ్ తెలంగాణ ఈజ్ గంగా జమునా తహజీబ్. గంగా నది భారతదేశం నుంచి ప్రవహిస్తూ ఒకప్పటి తూర్పు పాకిస్తాన్, ఇప్పుడు బంగ్లాదేశ్లోకి వెళ్ళిపోయిన తర్వాత దీన్ని పద్మా అనే పేరుతో పిలుస్తారు. బ్రహ్మపుత్ర ప్రవహిస్తూ ఒకప్పుడు టిసాంగ్ పోగా స్టార్ట్ అయిన బ్రహ్మపుత్ర బంగ్లాదేశ్, ఒకప్పుడు తూర్పు పాకిస్తాన్లోకి వచ్చిన తర్వాత దాన్ని మేఘన అంటారు. గంగా మేఘన కలిసిన తర్వాత జమునాగా మారిపోతుంది. ఆ జమునా నదిలో నీళ్ళని తీసుకున్నాక అందులో గంగా నీళ్ళేంటి, యమునా నీళ్ళేంటి, బ్రహ్మపుత్ర నీళ్ళేంటో మనం ఎక్కడ చూడలేం. దట్ ఈస్ ద మిక్స్డ్ కల్చర్. అవర్ తెలంగాణ కల్చర్ ఈస్ గంగా జమునా తహజీబ్. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఏ కల్చర్ ఆఫ్ ప్రోగ్రెస్. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ దోప్ ఇన్ బిట్వీన్ గోదావరి అండ్ కృష్ణ. గోదావరి నదిని ఒకప్పుడు తేలివాహన పేరుతో పిలిచేవాళ్ళం. ఆ తేలివాహన ఒడ్డున ఉన్న ప్రాంతం కాబట్టి తెలంగాణ. ఈ ప్రాంతంలో మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఉస్మానియా యూనివర్సిటీ ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ అయింది. ఈరోజు 1948 సెప్టెంబర్ 17th వెన్ వీ మెర్జ్ ఇన్ ఇండియా, అప్పుడు దీని లిటరసీ 6%. నౌ అవర్ లిటరసీ హ్యాస్ ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఆల్ రీచ్డ్ మోర్ దాన్ 70%. ఈరోజు ఒకప్పుడు 6%గా ఉన్న లిటరసీ, అక్షరాస్యత, ఈరోజు 70% ఉండడం వెనక ఉస్మానియా యూనివర్సిటీలో పనిచేసిన సిబ్బంది, ఉస్మానియా యూనివర్సిటీలో చదివిన విద్యార్థుల యొక్క పాత్ర ఉందన్న విషయాన్ని మనం గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాలి. అందుకోసం ద కాంట్రిబ్యూషన్ ఆఫ్ ఉస్మానియా యూనివర్సిటీ వీ కాంట్ బి ఇగ్నోర్డ్. ఎట్ ద సేమ్ టైం తెలంగాణ ఒకప్పుడు హైదరాబాద్లో లెగసీగా ఉండేది. సో మెనీ మూమెంట్స్ ఆర్ కేమ్ ఇయర్. ఆర్య సమాజ్ మూమెంట్ వాజ్ ఎమర్జ్డ్ ఇయర్. ఎట్ ద సేమ్ టైం లైబ్రరీ మూమెంట్, అంటే గ్రంథాలయాలకు సంబంధించిన ఒక గొప్ప ఉద్యమం ఇక్కడికి వచ్చింది. మట్టికోట అల్వార్ స్వామి లాంటి వాళ్ళు, సురవరం ప్రతాపరెడ్డి వాళ్ళు లాంటి వాళ్ళు, అట్లాగే మనకి అనేక మంది, మనకు రావిచెట్టు రంగారావు లాంటి వాళ్ళు, కొమ్మురాజు లక్ష్మణరావు లాంటి వాళ్ళు, మగ్దాం మొహినుద్దీన్ లాంటి వాళ్ళు ఈ లైబ్రరీ మూమెంట్ తీసుకొచ్చారు. అదే సందర్భంలో ఆ మహనీయుల స్ఫూర్తి, ప్రధానంగా పూలే గారి స్ఫూర్తితోటి ఇక్కడ ఆది హిందూ ఉద్యమం వచ్చింది. ద దళిత్స్ పర్టికులర్లీ ఆఫ్ తెలంగాణ, దే బేసికల్లీ ఇన్వాల్వ్డ్ ఇన్ ఆది హిందూ ఉద్యమం. అంటే అంటే ఈ దేశం ఏదైతుందో, సింధు నది ఒడ్డున ఈ దేశం ఏదైతుందో, ఈ దేశంలో మూలవాసులు ఎవరు, ఆ మూలవాసుల మూలాలేంటి, ఆ మూలవాసుల ఐడియాలజీని ఎట్లా తీసుకుపోవాలనే ఉద్యమం స్టార్ట్ అయింది. చాలా గొప్ప గొప్ప వాళ్ళు, భాగ్యరెడ్డి వర్మ లాంటి వాళ్ళు, బిఎన్ వెంకట్రావు లాంటి.
గడ్డం ప్రసాద్ కుమార్ గారు, తెలంగాణ లెజిస్లేటివ్ అసెంబ్లీ స్పీకర్ సార్, ప్లీజ్.
ఈ ఈవెంట్లో పాల్గొంటున్న తెలంగాణ గ్రంథాలయ పరిషత్ చైర్మన్ డాక్టర్ రియాజ్ గారు, ఉస్మానియా యూనివర్సిటీ వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ ప్రొఫెసర్ కుమార్ మూలగరం గారు, రిజిస్ట్రార్ ప్రొఫెసర్ నరేష్ రెడ్డి గారు, ఓఎస్డి ప్రొఫెసర్ జితేందర్ నాయక్ గారు, యూజీసీ డీన్ ప్రొఫెసర్ లావణ్య గారు, యూనివర్సిటీ ప్రొఫెసర్స్, ఉద్యోగులు, విద్యార్థులు, మీడియా వాళ్ళకందరికీ నా యొక్క నమస్కారాలు తెలియజేస్తూ, ముఖ్యంగా విద్యార్థులను చాలాసేపు వెయిట్ చేయించిన నేను, మరి లేట్ అయినందుకు ఏమనుకోవద్దని చెప్పేసి ఈ సభాముఖంగా మీ అందరికీ తెలియజేస్తూ, ఏప్రిల్ మాసము ప్రత్యేకమైన మాసం అందరికీ తెలుసు. ఈ దేశంలోనే స్టార్ వార్డ్స్ ముగ్గురు ఏప్రిల్లో జన్మించిన సంగతి మనందరికీ తెలిసిన విషయం. మరి ఈ ఈవెంట్ను నన్ను ఆహ్వానించినందుకు ముఖ్యంగా వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ కుమార్ గారికి మనస్ఫూర్తిగా అభినందిస్తూ, మరి ఎమినెంట్ పర్సనాలిటీస్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా శ్రీ బాబు జగ్జీవన్ రామ్, జ్యోతిరావు పూలే అండ్ Dr.B.R.Ambedkar గారు, these three eminent persons have changed the Indian history. They fought to eradicate the caste, discrimination, equality, untouchability, and worked for the needy. More than 90% of the country population which belongs to scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, backward classes, and developing due to their contributions. Their wisdom and inspirations are backbone to the deprived sector people. Today all these sections of people are getting their share of rights due to their three eminent personalities' efforts. Our society never forgot their contribution. Certainly this event will inspire the future generations to continue their fight for social justice. Our Honorable Chief Minister Sri A. Revanth Reddy Garu is following the footprints of Sri Jyothirao Phule, Babu Jagjivan Ram and Dr.B.R.Ambedkar Garu. Under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Sri A. Revanth Reddy Garu, the Telangana government is implementing the free bus service to the women, subsidy gas cylinder, free power supply up to 200 units, and recently the government has started the distributing of fine rice to the poor people. Under these schemes, highest beneficiaries are SC, ST, BC and minority community people. Recently, the Assembly has passed 42% of enhancement of BC reservations in education, employment and elections according to the population. The government has also passed the scheduled caste categorization bill in the Assembly. These two decisions are historic in the country. The Telangana government is giving top priority to the education sector and amount of rupees.
Your efforts have ensured that this event is a fitting tribute to the vision and ideals of these remarkable leaders, inspiring us all to follow their footsteps. We would like to express our sincere appreciation to the Registrar, respected Professor G. Naresh Reddy sir, for unwavering support and invaluable guidance. Your meticulous attention to detail and commitment have been instrumental in ensuring the perfect execution of today's event. Sir, your efforts have been a key factor in the success of this occasion, especially as we celebrate the birth anniversaries of these remarkable leaders. We would like to express our heartfelt thanks to OSD, respected Professor S. Jitendra Kumar Naik, sir, for his dedicated efforts in organizing this extraordinary event. Sir, your tireless work and commitment have been crucial in bringing together this gathering that honors the lives and legacies of our great leaders. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the deans, directors, principals, vice principals, heads, chairpersons, board of studies for your active participation and support. Your presence and guidance have made this event truly memorable. Your dedication have been crucial in bringing this event to life. We immensely thank the finance officer and all the administrative officials of Osmania Universities whose collaboration has made this event possible. We are deeply thankful to all the faculty members of Osmania University, research scholars, students and faculty members from across Telangana for their involvement and support in making this program a success. Your presence has really enriched the event, making it both vibrant and meaningful. We express our sincere thanks to the directors of SC, ST, BC and minority cells, Dr.B.R.Ambedkar Research Center and all the conveners, co-conveners and members of various committees for their support. Your commitment has been instrumental in making this celebration a reality. We would like to offer our sincere thanks to the entire EMRC team for their commitment to videography and photography, as they will be capturing the highlights of this event for the next 4 days. We sincerely thank the Public Relations Officer, Professor Patrick Sir, for his exceptional support in managing communication and promoting this event, ensuring effective information dissemination about this event and also in raising awareness. We would like to thank few colleges for their generous sponsorship in providing lunch, and also the students, particularly the Divya and Srinivas, for the compilation of the articles. A special thanks to the office staff of the SC, ST, BC and minority cells, and also office staff of UGC and non-UGC, and also the Chief Warden Office and the campus hostels for the women for their meticulous efforts in organizing this. Your seamless coordination behind the scenes have played a crucial role. We also extend our heartfelt thanks to the print and electronic media for their presence and comprehensive coverage. Your support in promoting the legacy of these great leaders is invaluable, as it allows us to reach and inspire a broader audience. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the technical team, non-teaching staff, and all those who are directly and indirectly involved and supported in this workshop to take off. Finally, on the behalf of entire organizing team, I would like to express our sincere and heartfelt thanks to everyone for being part of this wonderful session, and we have to see you all at future events. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Lavanya ma'am. May I request the Chinmay Verma for the invocation and welcome dance that you've done. We'd like to appreciate you. And we'd request the Speaker of Telangana Legislative Assembly and the Vice-chancellor to do the honors to this girl. Thank you, Chinmay. May I request all the conveners to join for a group photo. Kindly don't leave. We will have the national anthem after that. I request all the conveners to kindly join. I request everybody to stand to your feet for the national anthem. We request all of you to join for the lunch, which is at the adjacent of this hall. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. I respected teachers, Lavanya madam and Hamida B madam, for giving this opportunity to present my paper. Myself is Dr. Abbas. I teach sociology in IGNO, Hyderabad. So I have taken the topic of marginalization of Muslim community, Waqf Amendment Bill and Citizen Amendment Act and mass media, a sociological study. You may be, all of you may be watching films every day, social media, and how the debates are going on in parliament and how the civil society is discussing. You may be watching Citizen Amendment Act, Waqf Amendment Act, the abrogation of 370 article, and Triple Talaq Act. It means a series of act has been legislated in parliament. So why it is happening? A series of acts are coming in parliament and regarding to a particular community. Here, as a sociologist, for me, it is very, very important to see why certain community is having such a kind of thing. Is it a targeted one? And it as sociologically, it is very, very important. And if you see the historically Muslim community, within the minorities, for example, you have Jains, you have Buddhists, you have Christians, you have Muslims, you have Sikhs. Within the all the minority category, Muslim category is educationally and socially is very, very backward. So if you want to develop that community, if you want to have a proper development, then state should give some reservations or some positive feedback to them. Here it is very, very important to understand the minority community, Muslim community, very importantly, because on everyday basis you will see Muslim means nowadays of late nobody will give your house for rent also. Do you know that many Muslims in India now is not getting house for rent? Why it is happening? Can anybody tell? Why it is happening? Can anybody tell why Muslims are not getting rented houses? Because now the Muslims have become a new Dalits of the Indian society. It means new Dalits means earlier Dalits used to be untouchables, but new untouchables of India is Muslims. So various reasons are there. For that, various reasons are there. Maybe sociological, this Muslim community is seen as very closed community, no reforms, no education. Muslims by definition is a kind of textual people. So we cannot introduce education. So many myths are around the Muslim community. So my paper discusses that if you see the history of India, you see many people, Muslim progressive people in India or abroad. Just because of 9/11 attacks, just because of some other terrorist blast, you cannot dub every community as a terrorist or anti-national, all that. You have to see the progressive elements of the community. Here, this my topic is this. So how many of you have watched the parliament session on the Waqf Amendment Bill? How many of you have seen Waqf Amendment Bill in parliament? You all saw. What is the problem with Waqf Amendment Bill? Can anybody tell what is the problem? Why people are opposing it? Can anybody tell? See, the problem here is why opposition parties, as a sociologist, what I think is, if you are enacting a law, it should be equal to each and every community. And when it comes to Waqf law also, you should also have a same kind of rules and regulations like Hindus, Christians, Jains, Buddhists, all that. The new bill is saying that you have the other community people as a members of the Waqf board. Here the problem starts. They say that it goes against the fundamental principles of right to religion. For example, I am a Muslim. I can practice, I can have a charity, I can have a namaz, I can have that kind of fundamental rights of the Muslims are getting away by the new Waqf board bill. That is what the...
From Telugu University.
ఆల్ ఆఫ్ యూ అందరికీ జై భీములు. ఈ మాసం ఇప్పటి వరకు మహనీయుల జయంతి ఏర్పాటు చేసినటువంటి వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ గారికి మరియు మాకు అవకాశం కల్పించినటువంటి మేడం లావణ్య మేడం గారికి అండ్ వైస్ చైర్మన్ అటువంటి మేడం అమిత్ మేడం గారికి అందరికీ ధన్యవాదాలు తెలుపుకుంటూ ఈరోజు నా టాపిక్ వచ్చేసి సంస్కృత విప్లవంలో పే బ్యాక్ ది సొసైటీ. మిత్రులారా, బాబాసాహెబ్ అంబేద్కర్ ఆయన యొక్క పుట్టినరోజు వచ్చేసి 134వ దినోత్సవ సందర్భంగా ఈ మాసం 14న జరుపుకుంటున్నాం. బాబాసాహెబ్ అంబేద్కర్ యొక్క వాదం నినాదం మన ఉన్నవాళ్ళు తలుచుకున్నప్పటికనే ఈరోజు ఆయన పెట్టినటువంటి రిజర్వేషన్ల ఫలాల ముఖ్యంగా మనం ఈరోజు ఒక వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ మొదలు పెట్టుకుంటే ప్రైమ్ మినిస్టర్ వరకు కూడా ఆయన వచ్చిన ఫలాల మూలంగానే అందరం ఇలా మనం అనుభవిస్తున్నామని తెలుపుతున్నది. కాబట్టి సాంస్కృతిక విప్లవం అంటే ఈరోజు మనం కార్యక్రమం మొదలుపెట్టినప్పుడు ఒక సాంస్కృతిక విప్లవం ఎంతమందిని కూర్చోబెట్టిందో మనం ఆలోచించుకోగలగాలి. ఒక సాంస్కృతిక విప్లవం ఒక పాట రూపంలో కావచ్చు, మరి ఒక ఆట రూపంలో కావచ్చు. నేను ఒక థియేటర్ ఆర్ట్ స్టూడెంట్స్గా బాబాసాహెబ్ అంబేద్కర్ రాసినటువంటి అనహలాసియం క్యాస్ట్ అనే ఒక బుక్ తోటి సౌదా అరుణ అనేటువంటి వాళ్ళు డాక్టర్ జాతిపిత బాబాసాహెబ్ అంబేద్కర్ వర్ణ సిద్ధాంతం అనే ఒక నాటకంలో నాకు ఒక తీసుకున్న అంశాన్ని బట్టి నేను ఈరోజు ఈ టాపిక్ రాయడాలనుకున్నాను. ముఖ్యంగా వచ్చేసి ఈనాటికి స్వతంత్రం వచ్చి 76 సంవత్సరాలు కావస్తున్నా కూడా ఈ బడుగు బలహీన వర్గాల ఆశాజ్యోతుల్లో ఇప్పటికీ కొన్ని చోట్లలో అంబేద్కర్ అంటే ఎవరో అని తెలియని పరిస్థితులు కూడా ఉన్నాయి మిత్రులారా. అట్లాగే అంబేద్కర్ గురించి పూర్తిగా తెలిసిన చెప్పని అభాగ్యులు ఉన్నారు, నిర్భాగ్యులు ఉన్నారు, దౌర్భాగ్యులు కూడా ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళకి తెలియదని కాదు, కొంతమంది అంబేద్కర్ వాదాన్ని ఎత్తుకోవడానికి ఇబ్బంది పడతారు. ఆయన వాదాన్ని తీసుకొని ఎక్కడికో తీసుకెళ్ళిన వాళ్ళను కూడా ఆయన వాదాన్ని ఎత్తుకొని మాకు తెలియదని కొంతమంది పే బ్యాక్ ది సొసైటీ అంటే ఈ సంస్కృత విప్లవంలో ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళినా అంబేద్కర్ వాదాన్ని తీసుకొని ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్ళేటప్పుడు దయచేసి ఆయన కోరుకుంది ఒకటే, నేను తీసుకొచ్చిన ఈ రథాన్ని మీకు చాతనైతే ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్ళండి, లేదా వదిలేయండి, కానీ దాన్ని వినాశనం చేయకండి అని చెప్పిండు బాబాసాహెబ్ అంబేద్కర్. అంతేకాకుండా బాబాసాహెబ్ అంబేద్కర్ మరియు ఈనాడు మనము జాతీయవాదులు నాయకులు అందరూ చెప్తున్నటువంటి సందర్భంలో భారతదేశానికి రాసినటువంటి రాజ్యాంగానికి చాలా ప్రమాదంలో ఉన్నది. సేవ్ రాజ్యాంగం అనే దాంట్లో మనం తిరుగుతూ ఉన్నాం. ఆ పే బ్యాక్ ది సొసైటీలో కూడా మీరు అంబేద్కర్ వాదాన్ని చెప్పండి, అంబేద్కర్ నినాదాన్ని చెప్పండి, నీ తోటివానికి ఇబ్బంది కలిగినప్పుడు అతను చేతనైతే మీరు నిలబడండి, అతనికి నీ మనీ పవర్ నీ యొక్క సమయం కేటాయించి బాబాసాహెబ్ అంబేద్కర్ నినాదాన్ని పే బ్యాక్ ది సొసైటీ మీరు తిరిగి ఇవ్వడంతో పాటు భారత రాజ్యాంగం చాలా ప్రమాదంలో ఉందన్నతో చెప్తున్న సందర్భంలో ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి మీకు తెలిసినటువంటి ఏరియాలో కానీ అంబేద్కర్ ఫలాలు పొందినవారు కానీ ఒక భారత రాజ్యాంగాన్ని అంది అని నేను అప్పీల్ చేస్తున్నాను మిత్రులారా. ఒక భారత రాజ్యాంగం అనేది ఒక బుక్ రూపంలో అప్పుడున్నటువంటి మనుధర్మ సిద్ధాంతం, ఇప్పుడున్నటువంటి భారత రాజ్యాంగం, దాన్ని 2 విధాలుగా వాళ్ళకి ఎవరికైనా అది మనం అందించగలిగితే ఈ భారత రాజ్యాంగాన్ని మనం కాపాడిన వాళ్ళం అవుతాము. పే బ్యాక్ ది సొసైటీ ఆ రూపకంగా కూడా మనము వాళ్ళకి సహాయం చేసిన వాళ్ళం అవుతాం అనే ఉద్దేశంతో ఈరోజు సాంస్కృతిక విప్లవంలో పే బ్యాక్ ది సొసైటీ నేను తీసుకోవడం జరిగింది. థ్యాంక్ యూ, నాకు ఈ అవకాశం ఇచ్చిన మేడానికి అందరూ థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Thank you, Maheshwar. Now, Dr. Konda Nageshwara sir, Director, Civil Service Academy and Vice Principal, Arts College. Sir.
Good afternoon, all of you. As part of the birthday celebrations of the great visionaries of the country, Dr. Babu Jagjivan, Mahatma Jyothibai Phule and Dr.B.R.Ambedkar, to commemorate their services, their tireless efforts for upliftment of the marginalized sections of the society, our university is conducting this program. As part of this, I would like to present a paper, a talk on the contribution of Mahatma Jyothibai Phule in the Indian parliamentary politics. To begin with, the best government is the government which interferes into the individual matters least is the best government. In that context, the Indian parliamentary democracy is an example for other democracies. Though the England parliament was considered as mother of parliaments, but the parliamentary form of the Indian democracy has been fruitful and it has been so successful since the last 78 years. In this effort, many visionaries have contributed, protected the constitutional morality, the value system, and they dedicated themselves for protecting the spirit of the Constitution in the light of the preamble. In that context, Mahatma Jyothibai Phule, who was the first pioneer of the Indian society, who was the first social reformer, who wrote Gulamgiri, slavery, known as slavery. From the spirit given by Mahatma Jyothibai Phule, Dr.B.R.Ambedkar and Babu Jagjivan worked to realize the dreams of Mahatma Jyothibai Phule. My paper is an attempt to explore the contribution of Dr. Babu Jagjivan in the Indian parliamentary politics and Indian parliamentary policies. Most of us we understand Babu Jagjivan as a congressman. We never understand Babuji's contribution as a parliamentarian, a man who was born in a remote village of Bengal Presidency at that time. Now it is the state of Bihar. A remote village that is Chandwa. Then he became the member of parliament from Sasaram constituency. He started his journey from 1936 and continued uninterrupted services as the parliamentarian till 1986. The last 50 years of parliamentarian life, we never witness in the Indian politics like Babu Jagjivan. Indian democracy has 80 years old, almost 78 years old. And the first general elections in India were held in the year 1952. And he became the member of parliament in the first time in the 1952. And he continued in that position in the office till his death, 28th July 1986. At the top, he worked as the Deputy Prime Minister of the country from 1979, January 28 to July 28, 1979. 6 months and 4 days. He held the Deputy Prime Minister's office at the highest top position in Charan Singh's and Morarji Desai's government. And my point is, when he started his journey in a remote village of Bihar, he had faced a lot of discrimination. He was born in Chamar community, equally considered as Madiga community of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. The poorest of the poor, the downtrodden of the downtrodden, never considered as at least human beings. The worst treatment was given to Chamar community in those days. Came from that family background. He studied in Arva town school. The first experience which made him a champion, which made him to have a big goal to enter the houses. When he was studying Ara town school, there was a practice of two-part system. Water was poured into two parts, and one was meant for the Hindus, traditional Hindus. The other one was meant for the Muslims. The boy, as a boy, Babuji, drank the water from the pot that was meant for the Hindus. Immediately, he was called by the principal of the school, and he was asked, he was questioned, humiliated. You are not a Hindu, you are a Dalit. So that the Dalits, though they were parts of the Hindu religion, you are not supposed to drink the water from the pot that meant for the Hindus. And in course of time, the principal had arranged a separate third part for the Dalits. See, usually those days, the parts were arranged on the grounds of the religion. First time, the parts were arranged on the name of the caste. Babuji questioned it. He broke the pot twice, thrice, and immediately he was called for the explanation by the principal of the town school. By that time, Madan Mohan Malviya, who was the leader of the Hindu Mahasabha at that time, he visited Ara town school, and he was impressed by the way that boy presented the things in front of the great dignitaries. And immediately, principal was convinced by Madan Mohan Malviya, and third part was removed. Though it looks like very simple, but Babuji became a champion, and his moral boosting was so high, and he started resisting the caste discrimination in his school. And Madan Mohan Malviya invited Babuji to Banaras Hindu University to study intermediate. Those days, BHU, Banaras Hindu University, it was established like Usmani University. Just it was established a year advanced to Usmani University. That was the year 1916. And Babu Jagjivan went to BHU, studied intermediate. There, he learned the human values. There, he was trained well. He did not stop the studies. Immediately, after his intermediate studies, he went to Calcutta University, where he finished his BSc, and Calcutta University was the place which trained him better, which made him an instrumental and useful tool to the society and his community. He never thought to go back. He strongly believed that the education is the only weapon which can solve all the problems. He never thought that he came from remote corner. He came from untouchable community of Chamar. Chamars were not considered as at least human beings in those days. See, here we find the relevance between Ambedkar and Babuji. Ambedkar started his journey from Maharashtra. Babuji started his journey from Bihar. The same humiliation. Ambedkar was born in Mahar community. Babuji was born in Chamar community. The discrimination was same. And he never thought to go back. He started his journey at that time from that place. At that time, the political situation was so crucial. 1935 Government of India Act. Before that, Rowlatt Act. The civil disobedience movement was going on. And Babu Jagjivan was inspired by the ideals of Congress party, especially the non-violence satyagraha practices of Mahatma Gandhi, and indirectly became the disciple of Mahatma Gandhi's preachings. And as a result, by the interference of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, one day he was taken to Mahatma Gandhi, where he was taught the non-violence and the principles like humanitarian values and all. Here you must understand that Babuji was not a leftist, even not a rightist. He was a Gandhian ideologist, Gandhian follower. By the time when he was in Calcutta University, that was the tough time. Vande Matara movement was going on. Swadeshi movement was going on against the partition of Bengal into East and West Bengal. Anushilan Samiti, Navajivan Sabha, Hindustan Socialist Republic Army by Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, and many revolutionary organizations were at forefront by 1925 and 30. From that context, and he was made. He made himself. See, the time gives an opportunity to all of them. The days of Calcutta University made Bapuji as a great person. The days he studied in Calcutta University, immediately after Calcutta University studies, he came to Sasaram, and by that time, separate electrodes for Dalits. As a result, 1936, he was nominated for Bihar Legislative Council by the indirect support of the Congress Party. And immediate year, 1937, he became the member in Bihar Legislative Assembly. First in the council, then in the assembly. And he never saw back. He never went back. 1936 to 1946, he was so busy. He was the founder of All India Depressed League. That was an organization meant for upliftment of the Dalits, equality, egalitarian society, and preaching the human values among the downtrodden. And he was an active member, and he took an active part in that society. 1946, interim government was formed by Jawaharlal Nehru. In that interim government, Babuji was the first labor minister from 1946 to 1952. In 1952, the first general elections were conducted by the government. In that also he contested from Sasaram constituency, and he became the Minister for Agriculture. Then he became the Minister for Transport. Then he became Minister for Telecommunication. Then he became Minister for Defense. Then he became Minister for Irrigation. Then he became Minister for Railways. 8 portfolios were done by Babu Jagjivan Rao. In the entire independence India, no other individual had done these many portfolios. This proves the most matured, the most comfortable journey, the most important journey in the life of Babu Jagjivan Rao. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru did many portfolios, but not like Babu Jagjivan Rao. When we talk about Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru or Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel or some other national leader, see, for them it was a cakewalk because of their family background, because of their rich conditions. But a man who came from the family downtrodden, oppressed, untouchable community, and kept away from economy, kept away from education, not permitted to have the education since generations, that man became the champion by 1952. Ambedkar was born in 1891, 14th April. Babuji Jagjivan Rao was born in 1908, April 5th. He was 18 years older than Ambedkar. There were contemporaries. Ambedkar died in the year 1956. Jagjivan Rao died in the year 1986. Babu Jagjivan Rao lived even after Ambedkar, 30 years more even after Ambedkar. See, he had seen all the things in his life. He knows the discrimination. He knows the hegemonic ideology. He knows Hindu Mahasabha politics. He knows the leftist politics. He was so balanced. See, most of the times, working in a team is always a tough task. Here we are 15 coordinators, 15 conveners, co-conveners here. We are working for this program for the last 10 days. We know how difficult it is working in a team. Though we are working in the same university, sometimes our ideas do not match. But Babuji worked with different politicians, different ideologies for more than 50 years. Out of 78 years of his life, he was in the parliament for 50 years. Have you ever imagined a man who came from the suppressed, depressed community can stand in front of all the people, in front of the Savarnas for the last 50 years of time? In that context, Bapuji was so successful. And here I must tell you the fact, Indira Gandhi, the name of Indira Gandhi is symbol for power. The name of Indira Gandhi is symbol for all forms of politics and all type of things in the Indian politics. A man who stood against the Indira Gandhi was only one, that is Dr. Babu Jagjivan Ram. A man who supported the emergency strongly was Babu Jagjivan Ram only. 1974 to 76, that was the tough period. By the end of the 77, emergency was ended, and he was supporting the emergency. After the emergency in the year 1977, he came out and stood against the Indira Gandhi and his party. And he joined the hands with the coalition government of Janata Party. He became very close to Jayaprakash Narayana, and then later he became very close to Morarji Desai, Charan Singh. And as a result, after the result, and even his party, from the Janata Party, he was the presidential candidate, he was the prime minister candidate for the Janata Party, but the party was not so successful. As a result, he joined the hands after the lot of negotiations with the Janata Party. Morarji Desai was the prime minister and Babu Jagjivan Rao was the deputy prime minister. And Morarji Desai did not win the majority, did not get the majority in the house. As a result, Charan Singh became the president for a very short time. At that time, Charan Singh did not get the comfortable number to form the government, and Babu Jagjivan Rao gave a letter to Neelam Sanjeev Reddy, then who was the president of India. But Neelam Sanjeev Reddy did not accept Babu Jagjivan Rao. Babu Jagjivan Rao was not invited to form the government. As a result, he lost the chance to become the president, to become the prime minister of India. Though he held the office of the deputy prime minister for only 6 months, whenever he took the charge of the portfolio of the minister, he did great. During the great difficult times, during the time of Green Revolution, and he was the supporter of the Green Revolution. Because of his contribution, Swaminathan was able to start the Green Revolution, and he was an instrumental in formulating the policy of the Green Revolution when he was the Minister of the Agriculture and Irrigation. And when he was the Minister of the Defense, 1971, India-Pakistan war, and he was an instrumental for that war. As a result, we know Bangladesh was formed after India-Pakistan war. And when he was the Minister of the Railways and Railway portfolio, and he was the man who introduced many new railway lines and railway technology in the railways. The third thing. And when he was the Deputy Prime Minister for a short time, he was trying to give more judiciary statutory things to the weaker sections and marginalized sections. Though he was not free from the Congress party affiliation, he never thought that to come out of the Congress party. Of course, after the emergency, he came out of the Congress party and he started a coalition, Congress Democratic Party, later Congress Party J. But it was not so successful. Till the last time, he remained as the congressman. That is why Babu Jagjivan Rao did not get that much of fame and popularity. Though he worked as the minister, he was in the parliament for 50 years, but he never got that much of reputation. Once working as a parliament member, once in his lifetime, they would get the recognition and lifetime fame. But he was the parliamentarian almost 50 years. And he was in the legislative council, legislative bodies. Throughout his life, he was almost majority of half of his life was like the parliamentarian. the values, the value system, the commitment, the integrity, the humanitarian values, and combining the things and balancing and maintaining the good relations with all the people like the Mahatma Gandhi, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Madan Mohan Malviya. Those days Congress party was a combination of all the people. See, at that time he started his journey and he continued his journey as parliamentarian till 1986. At the end, I would like to remind you, I would like to throw a light by the end of the lecture, just why Dr. Babuji was ignored from the mainstream, ignored from the curriculum. Why he was excluded? Why he was excluded from the curriculum? Many great leaders were included. Netaji was included, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru was included, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel was included, Madan Mohan Malviya was included. Now all our teacher training academic staff colleges named after Madan Mohan Malviya MMTTC. But why Babuji was excluded? Why Phule was excluded? Till the later times, why Ambedkar was excluded from the curriculum? It is the big debate. We always talk about the great people. We know the heroine of the nation was Jhansi Lakshmibai, but Jhansi Lakshmibai's contribution about her life, during her life, was a big question mark. Whether Jhansi sacrificed her life or on the name of Jhansi somebody else, Julkari Bai, not the Jhansi, Julkari Bai, a tribal woman who sacrificed, who fought against the British army and who left the life during that one. It was recognized very late. See, there is suspicion about the death of Jhansi Lakshmibai. My point here is the history always neglects the people. At the same time, history respects the great people, but whoever are respected by the history may not be the great people. But the great people, the visionaries like Babu Jagjivan Rao, Phule and Ambedkar were not considered, not given the due respect according to their contribution to the society, including Savitribai Phule. That is why it is need of when we talk about their contribution, we should also recollect the responsibility, that is, the curriculum has to be modified. The visionaries, the real social reformers have to be incorporated in the curriculum. Then only the future generation will know the sacrifices, the dedication and the determination of the great visionaries. Hope this seminar, this conference and these 3-day celebrations will help us to understand, re-understand and rethink about the contributions of the great visionaries, and I am sure that these deliberations will be fruitful. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our registrar, sir, Professor Naresh Reddy, sir, please come to the dais. Now I will. We are going to have a keynote address now. In this regard, we request an okay. Now I would like to call our OSD sir, Professor Jitendra Naik sir. Please come to the dais. It's my honor to invite today's keynote speaker, Professor E. Sudharani ma'am, renowned international speaker. I would like to invite our Dean Madam, Professor Lavanya, to give a bouquet. Now I would like to call Professor Dr. V. Saminatha Madam to give introduction of keynote speaker.
Good afternoon all. Respected Registrar Sir, Professor Naresh Reddy Sir, respected OSD to Vice-chancellor, Professor Jitendra Kumar Naik Sir, and our today's keynote speaker, Professor E. Sudharani Ma'am, and dear audience. A warm welcome to all of you to this keynote session to be delivered by our esteemed speaker, Senior Professor of History, Dr. E. Sudharani Garu from Dr. B.R.Ambedkar Open University, Hyderabad. Welcome, ma'am, and thank you for accepting our invitation to deliver the keynote address. To introduce, ma'am is a renowned international historian, but to mention, Professor Sudharani Garu is a renowned historian and is associated with about 10 civil society organizations, namely Ashmita, Anveshi Women Organizations, Center for Dalit Studies, Samata Sainik Dal, and many more. Professor E. Sudharani Garu is presently Director, G. Ram Reddy Center for Research and Development, Dr. B.R.Ambedkar Open University, and held various administrative positions, including Registrar in Charge, Head Department of History, and Dean Faculty of Social Sciences, Director, Staff Training and Development, Women Development and Extension Center of Ambedkar Open University. Ma'am holds 33 years of teaching experience and has received various national and international awards, including Best Teacher Award and Vishwaguru World Record and German Academic Exchange Service Fellow as well. Ma'am has completed several research projects sponsored by UGC and ICSSR. Ma'am also has developed course content for MOOCs, authored for about 5 books, 31 chapters, and 27 research papers. She organized many conferences, workshops, and also delivered lectures as resource person at various centers and universities, not only in India but across the globe. Professor Sudharani Garu is a member of so many academic bodies and life member of state and national history congresses. We are honored to have ma'am here today to deliver the keynote address, and we would appreciate the audience for a historical learning of the empowerment of tools for marginalized sections. Ma'am, over to you, ma'am.
I think it's better. Good afternoon, everyone. A hearty welcome to this session. Morning, I was here. I could not stay long because of my assignment. Yeah, it's better. Respected Registrar of the University and the Directors of Office of SC/ST BC Cell, Minority Cell, Office of the Dean, Development and UGC Affairs, Lavanya, and other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. A very good afternoon to you. Morning, I came here and went on another assignment. I have a meeting at Koti Women's College, Chakalya Ilama University, Women's University. And today we are talking about celebrating the lives of 3 luminaries, three intellectuals who made the modern India most happening, who are the builders of the modern India. Right from talking about, there is a commonality in all the 3 reformers. Yeah? Here? Back. Okay. Yeah. These 3 luminaries I'm talking about, how they made India an equitable place to live in, because the theme of the topic in this seminar is marginality, and you're talking about the marginal communities, marginalized community, and the social justice. Social justice is about how to bring, its object is to bring the equality or to remove the inequalities in social, political, economic, and cultural fields, and to ensure the equality among all the sections of the people, irrespective of the caste, class, and creed. So, Indian Constitution is a very revolutionary in kind, the largest and the biggest written document of the world, which ensures equality of all the people irrespective of the caste, creed, sex, and the preamble itself ensures the equality, the freedom, the equality, fraternity, and liberty, equality, fraternity are the three cardinal principles of the Indian Constitution, which was given to us by the great intellectuals, and the founding chairman of the drafting committee was Dr.B.R.Ambedkar, and Babu Jagjivan also was one of the member, Constituent Assembly. And the principles of equality we are talking about, see, India has rich in the time immemorial, the ancient times. Gautama Buddha talked about the equal or just society. Later, Ashoka ensured that based on the Buddhist principles, the equality among all the people. And coming to the modern times, like how social reformers, everyone, I'm the student of history, and most of you know about how social reformers talked about the equality or social reforms in religious aspect as well as social sectors. So this principle, they have identified the social evils in the society, but there was the greatest intellectual, Mahatma Jyotirao Phule, who has gone deeper into the analysis of Indian society, how it is laid on the principle of inequality, and with his lifelong struggle to remove the inequalities, and he identified the most cardinal principle of the equality is ensuring or giving education. So he considered education as the greatest equalizer. Hence he identified the problem that women are being not educated, the half of the population. So he started schools for girls in 1848 itself. So Phule and Savitribai Phule, who got educated with her husband, became the first teacher, and also along with her, Sugnabai Kshirsagar, Fatima Sheikh, who laid the principles of imparting education to the girls. So this is the most important phase of the Indian society, modern India, where the reformers identified the problem of the 90% of the marginalized, not just the sati and widow remarriages. They were about the problems of the very few upper layered caste and communities. But Phule identified, because I just can't separate Savitribai Phule, Jyotirao Phule with Savitribai Phule, because they both have led the social movement. They both had traveled together, not thinking about their personal lives, but thinking about the society, and laid the foundation for the future reforms to happen in India, in modern India. So when it comes to the contributions of Jyotirao Phule, because we are talking about three personalities. First, to begin with, Phule with his writings, Gulamgiri, Shetkar Asud, and the Sarvajanik Satyadharma Pustak, and several other writings. He has written poetry, he has written prose, he has written the books on Shivaji, Maratha history, and all these works, he identified the single problem, that exploitation of the Brahmanical elements on the downtrodden communities. The farmers, who are very innocent, used to believe the religious dictates of the priests. So he exposed the vicious nature of the priesthood. And he also said that, in one of the book, he also said the society, the women should come forward. So he says that, he had differentiated the lives of the Brahmin Bhatt women with the farmer women. He says that in no way there is a difference between them. Rather, the agriculture labor women, they strive hard throughout their life and make the living, but the Bhatt women sit someplace and takes care of the household and cooking, but doing nothing. So this comparison of them itself, Shudra, Atishudra women, he equated along with it. And he differentiated with the Bhatt women, says that, these are the women who works hard, but not getting their due respect. This is one observation. He also developed a Mangalashtaka, alternative principles. The priestly interference in the marriage ceremonies is being abandoned in Satyasodak Samaj, which he started. He said that, we don't need any priests, intermediaries for our belief system, for our rituals. So he is the one who started this Mangalashtakam where, the bride and bridegroom are on equal plane. They recite recite some of the vows. The vows contains that, the bride says that, you should treat me as equal to you. And the bridegroom promises that, yes, I'll treat you on equal plane, and we both are equal in considering this marriage, taking forward this marriage institution. So this kind of equality is being enshrined, not only preaching, but he made to see that, this is there in their lives and lively, in the system, throughout their lifetime. So this is one of the revolutionary aspects. And one of the great contribution of Phule is also about the Hunter Commission, report sent to Hunter Commission regarding the prominence or important significance of the women's education. Second notes he has sent to Malabaris, notes on the Malabari regarding the remarriage, the child, the widowhood and the child against the child marriages. So this kind of notes, the books, literature produced by the Phules. Even Savitribai Phule wrote Kavi Phule, and also several works on the works of Jyotirao Phule. All this, the documents, the written documents and the contributions of Jyotirao Phule and Savitribai Phule laid the foundation, as I was telling, to the later day reforms of the Babasaheb Ambedkar. Ambedkar considered Phule as his guru, Buddha, Kabir and Phule as his three gurus, and how he went forward with his mission of the Phule started the reforms at one place, and Ambedkar took from there, and he analyzed the Indian society. He identified the Indian society, the basic cardinal problem as a caste. So the social reformers earlier to him identified only the problems, social evils, but Babasaheb Ambedkar, what he did throughout his lifetime is finding a solution to the problem. He, way back in 1916, wrote a beautiful seminal article to the conference, Castes in India, the Genesis and Mechanism. This Castes in India, Genesis and Mechanism, contains how caste emerged and not allowing intercaste marriages, pertaining only to the endogamous practices, how the women are made the gateways of the caste system, why it denied the freedom of women for the other marriages, intercaste marriages. So a women of Brahmanical community is being guarded, her purity of blood is guarded through his endogamous practices. So these practices, he says, is a basic thing, and everyone talked about women's problems, but no one has diagnosed the women's problem. Ambedkar diagnosed the women's problem, stating this: the patriarchy lies in caste system. The cardinal principle or the patriarchy Pitruswamya Vyavastha Moolalu Kula Vyavasthalo unnayani telchi cheppadu Dr. Ambedkar. At the age of 24, when he was in Columbia University, New York, 1916. So this is the beginning of his activities, how he went forward through his life. He got educated at Columbia University, New York, in the beginning 1913 to 16, came back to India for a short period and went back to London. Again, London, he completed London School of Economics. So he has several degrees, more than 20 degrees to his credit, 3 PhDs, and whatnot, like, he graduated in economics, political science, anthropology, and history, several other subjects. See, everyone, graduates in this August gathering also, many graduates are there, professors are there. We study for ourselves to become something, to settle in the profession. But Ambedkar's education cannot be seen or conformed to the narrow view of the imparting to himself. He got educated at the cost of his family, at the cost of his career, and at the cost of his own health for reforming the Indian society, to bring change in the Indian society, to transform Indian society, the dogmatic situations, social situations in Indian society to the pragmatic Indian society. From the Bahishkrit Bharat, he dreamt about the Prabuddha Bharat, the enlightened India. For this, he envisioned the pragmatic India, the enlightened India, and worked towards it. The major contribution by Ambedkar, in terms of, many people must have talked about the constitutional provisions, and you're going to hear more about the constitutional provisions, that prior to that, he instilled the self-respect and empowerment among the 50% of the population, that is the women. His major contribution, which is not talked much about in the forums, is his contribution to the women empowerment. Women constitute 50% of Indian population, but the reformers, they just identified, addressed the problem, but they have not consistently throughout his life. From Caste in India, this is the first book and the first attempt to identify the roots of the patriarchy. And Mahasatyagraha is another milestone in his life, where people think that only he just took the water from the Chowdar tank and declared the world that water is not to be contaminated. Water is for everyone. The public sources are for everyone, but the government gave grants, but the society doesn't give the grants. The untouchability practices and the society, the dominant caste people denied the right to drink the water from public source. But he protested, symbolically took the water and declared the world that, look, it's a natural source which is for everyone. That symbolic proclamation of Ambedkar made another historic proclamation in that same context, 1927, December 25th. He burnt Manusmriti. Manusmriti, which says that, Yatra Narendra Pujante Ramante Tatra Devata Sthita, but it at the same tone, it talked about Na Stri Swatantri Marhati. Women is not allowed the freedom at all from the childhood, guarded by her father, adulthood by husband, the old age by the son. Nowhere she is independent. She is not allowed to possess any property. She is not allowed to be on equal part. She is not allowed to education, to impart the education. So these kind of restrictions on the women's life is being despised by Ambedkar. He denied to accept it as a sacred text, and the first 10 mandalas he burnt it. And this was the first ever revolt on the religious scriptures which dictates the life of the women, especially Shudras and women, the backward class communities and women. So still this Manusmriti kind of the imposing restrictions on women, not allowing her freedom is happening in this contemporary, in the modern, so-called modern world. Where the women spends 9 months in the space and returns very successfully. In this age, still violence is rampant on women, restrictions are rampant on women, education is not completely accessible to women, especially the technical education. Women are still restricted to the traditional courses. So this is a status of Indian society now. What another significant contribution of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar is that he, at the Mahad Satyagraha time only, he addressed the women. He instilled in the women the two very great principles of Swabhiman and Swavalamban, self-respect and self-empowerment. These are the essential principles of the women. He says that, you should lead the movement, you should be in the forefront. Scheduled Caste Federation, Scheduled Caste Mahila Federations, and Samata Sainik Dal Women's Wing. And to name you, as a Viceroy Executive Council member 1942 to 46, he brought out several legislations or acts for the benefit of the workers in industries as well as women. So the Maternity Benefit Act is the contribution of Baba Saheb Ambedkar. The right of women to have control on the family planning is a contribution. The insurance is a contribution, and several other, the bringing down the 14 hours of work to 8 hours of work is a contribution of Baba Saheb Ambedkar. So not only this, the greatest contribution of Ambedkar is a Hindu Code Bill. As a constitutional, the chairman of drafting committee, we have seen how constitution is, how it came to the safeguard the interest of the marginalized communities also. It gave fundamental rights and fundamental duties and directive principles of state policy, as well as it instructed the states to come up with the safeguards for the marginalized communities as well as women. So we have seen the right to education, which we have been availing, is from the constitutional provisions. And various acts pertaining to women, Domestic Violence Act or any other violence act, SC/ST Atrocities Act, it has its roots in the constitutional provisions. So Constitution is preventing the atrocities, Constitution is safeguarding the interest of the marginalized communities. And the final thing which I am going to talk about is, see, the Hindu Code Bill, which was debated upon, discussed upon for 3 long years, and the clauses, sub-clauses have been discussed, debated in this in the parliament for 3.5 years. Ambedkar took no turn, like, he has not left any stone unturned to bring out, because he knows that, constitution, some problems like, in future women might face. So he thought that, at political plane, one man, one vote was ensured. At social plane, the one value is not ensured. So he thought that, we have guarded by 2 ideologies. One is a political ideology, one is a social and religious ideology. He said that political ideology is, the constitution is safeguarding it as a franchise and everything. But social ideology is a private, the religion is ruling the mindset of the people. We have seen now in contemporary Indian society how religion is playing into the minds and psyche of the people and the rulers, and how it is imposing restrictions, how again the ancient custom of untouchability and the ancient custom of imbalances, what Ambedkar says, it's a hierarchical social order. We are born into the, so before we were born, we are identified with the caste, which we don't even choose, but it is a compulsory thing that it happened, and it's only, there is an entry for it, no exit. So this kind of the age-old traditions which Baba Saheb Ambedkar, Phule, and Babuji Jagjivan Ram, all them, I'm coming to him now. So all these reformers throughout their life, they fought. And there is a commonality among these 3 intellectuals facing their life experiences. Phule faced the untouchability, being a Kumbi caste, BC caste also. He was not allowed in the marriage procession. Ambedkar faced the untouchability during the school days, and later even he returned from abroad, from London. He was denied the accommodation, thrown out by a Parsi person also. So this untouchability practices and discrimination throughout their lives. Even Babuji Jagjivan Ram also faced the untouchability. When he was in school, he was not allowed to, there is a separate pot for the untouchable students. So he used to break the pot every day and the teacher used to bring one more. So this resistance, the continuity of two generations, because first generation is Phule, second generation Ambedkar, after 18 years Babuji Jagjivan Ram, how this a continuity of the social discrimination is taken place, how the leaders fought against it. Phule dreamt about the Bali Raja. So he says the Bali was put to the earth by the Aryan forces. And Ambedkar says that, the caste is a culprit, though he proposed annihilation of the caste system. And when it comes to, Hindu Code Bill, he proposed only 4 pragmatic things: right to adoption, right to property in the father's property, and right to divorce, and various subclauses related to it. He took the pragmatic and the very, the Daya Bhaga, Kautilya Sardhasastra. He researched upon various texts, scriptures, and find out the positive elements from the scriptures, and he codified the law. But to the surprise of Baba Saheb, the so-called pragmatist in the parliament, the then president, and the Shyam Prasad Mukherjee, and several other great leaders, they opposed the Hindu Code Bill, stating that if you allow divorce right to women, the sacred institution of marriage will collapse. So women take the right into their hands, and the families collapse and nation collapse. So this is their assumption. They opposed to it, rejected by the opposition on the parliament. Even the prime minister who accepted to that, Nehru accepted to the Hindu code in the beginning, and he promised that if the bill is not successful, I'm going to resign. But that doesn't happen. Dejected by the resentment of the members of the parliament, Ambedkar resigned from the law minister. In the history of India or any other place, no other minister resigned his post because of the cause of women. This happened in Indian history. So this act of Ambedkar is not just simple resigning. He stated the reasons for the resignation. What he said that the Indian society is not ready for reforms. The reforms for giving rights to their women folk, 50% of Indian population, and the reform to just amend the Hindu scriptures is not acceptable to the larger sections of the people. I'm not saying larger section, he meant it the dominant castes who are ruling. So he wanted the rule should be in the hands of the political power is a master, he proposed. And dejected again by the Hindu opposition and no reform in the Hindu religion, he sought his solace in Buddhism and taking the Dhammadiksha in 1956, just before he dies. So when we talk about these kind of elements, we feel that, the years pass, but again the problem still persists. Babuji, when we talked about Babuji Jagjivan Ram, our friend Nageshwar Rao has talked very extensively about his contribution. I will cite just few incidents about, because his life and his achievement have been talked about. 30 long years he is into the power as a minister. He was into the Constituent Assembly. He belongs to the Shivanarayan sect. Ambedkar belongs to the Kabir Panthis. All the reformist sects in the Bhakti cult. And how being an untouchable, though his father was well placed and his father-in-law was a doctor, Indraniji's father, how Babuji was subjected to the humiliation in the school, and he rose to the power. First, he opposed Gandhi usage of Harijan. And Gandhi's equals Dalits, Harijans, he used the word Harijans, and he equals the Dalits with the cows. And Babuji opposed both of them. He says Jagjivan Ram opposed, Babuji Jagjivan Ram opposed two issues. One is terming Dalits as Harijans. Second, equaling the Dalits with the cows. So, in the same context, like, Ambedkar also opposed Gandhi, saying that, you worship the animals and you are very kind with the snakes also. But when untouchable comes, when the Dalit comes, untouchability rules your mind. So how Bapuji, he calls Gandhiji, how Gandhiji you say that we are a part of Hindu fold? We are not part of Hindu fold. So we are outcasts. So that's the reason he demanded separate electorates, but it was denied through Pune Pact. That's a separate history. So coming to Babuji Jagjivan Ram, how being a student he was subjected, and through the Malaviya's help and friendship, he went to Benares and he pursued his education. Even in the college also, his plate was not washed by the fellow men, the workers of that hostel. And he was feeling very dejected by this kind of, throughout his life, he wanted to see that the removal of untouchability should be there in the constitutional provisions, and he strived for removal of untouchability while the constitutional debates are going on. He participated actively in this. And people say that, Ambedkar, Babuji, there is a difference. Nothing, there was no difference at all. Some issues of the conversions and other issues, but when Babuji fell ill, he met with an accident. Ambedkar went to the hospital to see him, and he was so shocked to see that this incident happens. There was a very cordial relationship, I read somewhere, during the constitutional debates are happening, they both used to discuss outside, and whatever the inside Congress information Babuji used to give to Ambedkar, and they used to talk about the same thing into the assembly, Constituent Assembly. So this was the cordial relationship. And Babuji also strived for the unity of the SCs. All the subcastes, he organized meetings to unitedly fight for their cause. So, independent India, Ambedkar could not last long. He just had a very small period as a minister. Most of his contributions were as a constitutional drafting father of the constitution. Later he resigned in 56 and resigned and died in 56. And the mantle of taking forward this constitutional safeguards fell upon Babuji Jagjivan Ram. And wherever the portfolio, he had done the maximum portfolios, whatever be the portfolio, he used to ensure that the maximum should be delivered. As a minister, labor ministers, he participated in international labor meetings and ILO meetings, and coming to India, he implemented all these insurance schemes and welfare measures back to India also. And coming to as a minister, defense ministry, Indo-Pak war was happening, and people was apprehensive about how he will tackle this, but with magnanimity, he tackled the issue and solved and emerged as a great leader. And when it comes to the railway minister, one of the great contribution he made is, most of the people might not be knowing about it, apply for this posts of gangmen and other in railways. So if you open it, and this will be adverse to the communities. So open competition, no one will come, but the ensuring reservations in the class 4 and other government jobs, he ensures that at least that 15% or 16% should go to these marginalized communities. So with this intention, and like this, enough research is not made on Babuji Jagjivan Ram's contribution. Research scholars should come out, because Babasaheb Ambedkar, Phule, Ambedkar, and Babuji's contribution in this modern India, in making modern India, is a greatest contribution, but we have been almost ignorant towards their activities. After the centenary celebration of Baba Saheb only, his literature came into being. And Babuji Jagjivan Ram, lot of research has to be done. And Phule's activities also, the Ambedkarites brought Phule into the forefront and started working upon them. The Savitribai's contribution is very recently recognized by the central government. But this educational institution, the students must emulate the greatest contribution of these greater personalities, because the problems which they have taken up is not over. The fundamental forces have been raising again and again against the will of the communities, against the will of the social justice, against the equal social equality. And the greatest education, like more than a century, like Osmania University, I feel at home whenever I come to OU, because I'm the product of Osmania University. I did my MA and I learned my political lessons, the first steps of my political activity from this land where pro-reservation agitation was going on when I was in MA days. And from this I continued in Jawaharlal Nehru University, where we formed the United Dalit Students Forum. And from there again I came back to complete my PhD in here. So this is a great journey, and while studying about these great personalities, Phule and Ambedkar and Babuji, we have grown up with a commitment to serve the community and serve the society. So this should be emulated by the scholars, because they have sacrificed. All these leaders, Phule has no issue of his own, his adopted son. Ambedkar has 5 children, he lost 4, 1 daughter and 3 sons, and only 1 son survived. And that wife died at the age of 36. He was pursuing the knowledge with the people and ignored the family. Babuji was with the family, taking care of him, but not caring much about his health, throughout with the people. So there is a commonality and continuity of their lives, and as students, as a learners, researchers in this prestigious university, we should forward the mantle of these three great personalities to ensure that.
To the keynote speaker, Sudha Rani Madam. So I'd like to present a formal vote of thanks. It's okay. Madam Sudharani enlightened the participants on the social, political, educational, and economical aspects of the marginalized sections of India. Madam also rightly emphasized on how the equality among people in society play a vital role in improving the life standards of the downtrodden communities of our country. Madam, you rightly highlighted the greatest contributions of the top social reformers, Dr.B.R.Ambedkar, Jyothibai, Phule, Savitribai Phule, and Dr. Babu Jagjivan Ram. Thank you so much, Madam, for your kind keynote address. Though it was delayed in the morning session, and you were kind enough to come back and present. Though your busy schedule, you had to present again at the Chakala Elemma Mahila University, and We are very kind to have you, madam, in the post-lunch session as a keynote address. Thank you so much, madam. And I thank Professor G. Naresh Reddy, sir, respected Registrar OU. And I also thank Senior Professor S. Jitendra Kumar Nayak, sir, OSD to Vice-Chancellor, for participating in this keynote address. And I thank Lavanya Madam, Dean Development and UGC Affairs, Usman University, for conducting this keynote address on this occasion. I thank all the directors of various cells of Usman University for conducting this program. Thank you very much. Now we have another participant or another speaker to talk on some other aspects. I request Professor C.S. Srinivas, sir, Professor of Physics, come on to the dais and deliver a talk. Professor C.S. Srinivas, sir, now is a professor at University College of Engineering, Usman University. Sir will be talking on representation and identity of marginalized sections of India, a praxis.
So it seems to be at the flag end somewhat. And good afternoon all, learned colleagues of the dais, dear students and scholars. Okay. So the basic concept that I would like to represent here is representation and identity among the marginalized communities and what happened to them. So these are the things that I would like to share with you. The marginalized sections of contemporary India has been composed of SC, ST, BCs, minorities and gender minorities and persons with disabilities. All these gamut is considered to be the marginalized sections. We consider them as forgotten majority actually. It is a forgotten majority. And this forgottenness is because of historical exclusion and structural marginalization. These are the two terms that I would like to emphasize. Historical exclusion and structural marginalization. And for centuries, India gave the world different types of philosophies, profound philosophies, but also institutionalized inequality through caste system, which resulted into extension and which resulted into exclusion of majority from the education, land and leadership with dignity. We have been missing these three things. So, and this was no accident, it was a deliberate structure of graded inequality and sustained through ideology, rituals and violence. And this is decides the marginalization, reason for the marginalization. Education had been denied based on the caste foundation since ages in this country. And in the advent of the market economy, again, we reached a point where education is going to be denied based on affordability of the same castes. Education once denied based on the caste foundations, and now it has been denied based on the affordability of the same castes. The representation is not about optical. The representation of any community is not about the optical, and representation is not just about a number in parliament or a quota in a jobs. It is about the visibility in thought, in decision making, and a true representation means power with purpose. That is ability to influence the decision that shape our collective future. So this is considered as a representation. And identity is more than a label, and it is about a self-definition and cultural belonging and historical recognition. Interestingly, now a section of the society tells us to forget caste and no need of thinking about the caste in the modern era. But we must ask whose caste privilege is being preserved by that forgetting. This is very important, and this has to be considered very seriously. And token appointment without grassroots accountability have diluted the meaning of representation. Even after 75 plus years of independence, representation remains unequal and unjust. And this is very fundamental, and basically the true representation comes with three important proponents: empowerment, participatory, and accountable to the people. When you consider the empowerment, enable to the persons or enable the persons to challenge the injustice happened in front of them. If they have been capable of that, then we consider them as empowering. So the participatory means coming from the community, not coming from or not imposed from above. So the praxis we considered, praxis is from theory to action, or from protest to a power. That is considered to be the theory informed by the action and vice versa. This is very, very important considerations that we have. To build an India that is truly democratic, secular, and egalitarian society, it is time to move from symbolic inclusion to a structural transformation. An effort was initiated to realize this particular structural transformation through a constitutionalism since 26th January 1950. Constitution of India is not a product of a political revolution, but it is research and deliberations of a body of eminent representatives of people of India called Constituent Assembly. And this particular Constituent Assembly internalized some historical established values and human civilizations from various constitutions. And we try to have that particular constitution enforcement from 1950 onwards. The core values of our constitution is enshrined and codified within the preamble of our constitution. And here, the important thing that we would like to consider, liberty, equality, and fraternity. Ambedkar always considered these three are the founding pillars of, or interdependent pillars of the democracy. He argued that liberty without equality would lead to a dominance of a few that we have been witnessing now. And equality without a liberty would choke the individual initiative that we have been witnessing now in this condition or contemporary India. The fraternity was essential to ensure that liberty and equality were naturally upheld without external enforcement. And this we required now in that particular country, at this stage of the democracy, what we have been seeing. So here in the Constituent Assembly, there are two forces operating. One is considered to be the social or left view forces, another one is right view forces. These two forces are shaping the entire constitution in that particular Constituent Assembly when we go into the Constituent Assembly deliberations. Social left is pro-poor, and it is based on the due and adequate representation from all communities for representative democracy. This is what the constitution meant for, representative democracy. And economic left is modernist ideology and communist ideology. Economy, once you reach, there is no need to worry about the social variations that is there in the society. But it is not true. We have been observing that social exclusion is happening in this country even after economical well-being. So social right is a Vedic-based Hinduism, and this particular force is always think about the social oligarchy and oppose the idea of representative democracy that we are witnessing now. Today we have been facing that particular problem very, very deeply, and market forces are always be there in this. Therefore, we consider that these two forces, left forces and right forces in the Constitution Assembly, they try to conclude a particular constitution for the sake of developing this as a representative democratic way. So Upendra Bakshi rightly is an author, famous author, he rightly points out the entire constitution is a footnote of a preamble. The preamble is considered to be the entire constitution is a footnote of a preamble. The preamble will codify all the vital organs that is required for this particular society to consider. The striking challenges have been follows the persistence of social inequalities in this country after 8 decades. In the 8th decade, our Constitution of India is in the framing of 8th decade. We have been still feeling it. So there is a persistent social inequalities, undermining the institutions, fragmented fraternity, limited awareness, electoral polarization, and contradiction between political equality and socio-economic inequality. So these are always be existing in this society. For the betterment of this particular thing, or to elevate ourselves out of this particular context, we require of this. Actually, we are living in the times where the advancement in technology is rampant phase, but lack in social and human parameters that is going to be. So, and India is always abode of seekers, not believers. But the contemporary India at the rate of 2023 as a baseline, if you try to put it, we had these things. We have to understand where we are standing now after current 8th decade of running the constitution. The World Press Freedom Index, we stand at 161 in 2023 against 106 in 2005 out of 180 nations. That means the World Press Freedom Index is clearly indicating an indication of suppression for voiceless. The suppression is there in the voiceless, and that is always be simply indicating these parameters. The environmental ranking, we stand 107 out of 121 nations. It is a clear indicator of their development without considering ecology. And Human Development Index, we stand at 132 out of 191 nations. And Global Hunger Index, this is very pathetic condition. This Global Hunger Index, Rwanda and Ethiopia had been outranked us. That is the pathetic condition that we had today. So the non-performing assets, NPA, that we have been talking about in the social media regarding this many crores of the rupees have been theft by so many persons, by banks, through loans of the banks. That is non-performing assets. For last 8 years has been raised to 12 lakh crores. Non-performing assets of this country is 12 lakh crores, which is 4 to 5 times larger than that of the internationally accepted range. We barely spent on education around less than 1% of our GDP. This is the status of affair that we had been in these particular considerations. So therefore, apart from this, we have castes and inferior status of women, pathetic conditions of farmers, decline welfare state concept, deviation from the core values of the Constitution of India, and corporatization and crony capitalism together, and subjugation of the fourth estate, and this is tilting towards the South Asian norm. South Asian norm means almost all the South Asian countries. Pakistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, all are religionistic countries. Only the India seems to be secular country, but we are also tilting towards that religionistic based evolution. So this is very big, serious problem. The social justice is only possible through proportional representation. This is what we would like to undermine. So proportional representation in appointment in every field. The idea of representative democracy as being a fundamental pillar of democracy and has been codified into the Constitution. Reservation is not affirmation, and reservation is only a tool for representation. Representation without identity is hollow. This is to be seriously considered. Representation without identity is hollow, and identity without power is ornamental, and power without praxis is dangerous. So therefore, we should and must have this. There is one particular underline, we have to remember that until the lion learns to write, every story will glorify the hunter only. This is very important. So therefore, we should and must be in a position to rethink about the representation democracy or representative democracy, and we try to identify ourselves. And at the 8th decade of the Constitution, I would like to give one parallelism. American Constitution in the 8th decade of its implementation, in 1861 to 1865, there was a constitutional breakdown because of the slavery. And here in the 8th decade of this particular constitution, again that situation arises in India, seems to be arising in India because of the highly polarized politics that is going on. So therefore, we should be very careful about it, and we should, universities and research scholars and fraternity of the university faculties should and must respond to this particular grave situation and try to represent this particular solution to this particular problem which is going to be given. So ultimately, the democracy is nothing but representative democracy. That has to be required, and thank you very much for giving this opportunity, and thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful presentation. Now I'd like to call Professor W. Maya Devi, HOD of Department of Hindi.
मैंने चांद को देखा मगर चांद सा तारा नहीं देखा। मैंने चांद को देखा मगर चांद सा तारा नहीं देखा। दुनिया में बहुत सारे ज्ञानी देखा पर मेरे भीम सा ज्ञानी न देखा। मेरे भीम सा ज्ञानी मेरे भीम सा ज्ञानी के इस ज़माने में नहीं मिलता। मेरे भीम सा ज्ञानी के इस ज़माने में नहीं मिलता। और ये रतन ही ऐसा है कि किसी के खजाने में नहीं मिलता, किसी के खजाने में नहीं मिलता, किसी के खजाने में नहीं मिलता। आदरणीय मंच पर कोई नहीं है फिर भी आदरणीय मंच का गौरव करते हुए और सभागार में उपस्थित गुरुवर्य और हमारे प्रिय छात्रों को मेरा प्यार भरा नमस्कार, जय भीम। आज हम यहाँ इकट्ठा क्यों हुए? क्योंकि ये जो हमारे 3 महापुरुष हैं उनकी जयंतियों का उपलक्ष्य महोत्सव मनाया जा रहा है। उस लक्ष्य में जो है हम लोग यहाँ पर इकट्ठा हुए हैं और इन 3 महापुरुषों के बारे में सुबह से भी कई लोग जो है संदेश देते हुए आ रहे हैं। सच में देखा जाए तो मैं तो अभी पेपर मैंने लाया है लेकिन पढ़ूंगी नहीं क्योंकि मेरा अभी मूड नहीं है इसीलिए, लेकिन फिर भी यहाँ आई हूँ और ये जो जयंतियों का सिलसिला यहाँ चल रहा है तो ये जो 3 महापुरुष है, तीनों महापुरुषों ने भी क्या किया है? सदियों से हमारे भारत देश में जो एक जंग लगा हुआ था, जो एक कीटक लगा हुआ था, जो अभी भी छूटने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, ऐसे जंग को मूल से नष्ट करने का अगर काम किसी ने किया है तो इन तीनों महापुरुषों ने किया है। इसीलिए उन्होंने जिस विचारधारा को बताया है उस पर हम सारे लोग चलेंगे ऐसी आशा करते हुए, क्योंकि जातिवाद हमारे देश में इतना कड़क रूप से जकड़ कर बैठ गया है। आज AI का ज़माना आया है लेकिन फिर भी वह जातिवाद छूटने के लिए आज तैयार नहीं है। पार्लियामेंट में भी जो है अमित शाह जी क्या करते हैं? अंबेडकर 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 बोलने से क्या होगा? अगर वही नाम भगवान का लिए तो जो है मोक्ष की प्राप्ति होती है करके वह जो है हाल ही में पार्लियामेंट में बयान देते हैं। तो इसके पीछे उनकी जातिवादी सोच हमें दिखाई देती है। इसीलिए इस उपलक्ष्य में मैं जो है अंबेडकर क्या है उनके बारे में उनको बताना चाहती हूँ और सारे समाज को बताना चाहती हूँ कि अंबेडकर क्या है। इस पृथ्वी पर जन्म लेने वाली एक अनोखी घटना है जिसने इस देश का नक्शा बदल दिया। वही इस देश की आत्मा है, वही इस देश की धड़कन है, वही इस देश की ज्वाला है, वही इस देश में पैदा हुई चिंगारी है जिसने सदियों से चली आ रही देश की बर्बरता को आग लगाई। यहाँ के 33 करोड़ देवताओं के भी अस्तित्व को नकार कर किया विरोध। वही थे डॉक्टर अंबेडकर, वही थे डॉक्टर अंबेडकर। अंबेडकर क्या है? जिन्होंने राजतंत्र का खात्मा किया, संविधान के आधार पर लोकशाही को लगाया। पहले राजा का बेटा ही राजा बनता था लेकिन अब चाय वाला भी पंत प्रधान बनने लगा है, एक तड़ी पार भी गृह मंत्री बनने लगा है, स्त्रियां भी राष्ट्रपति बनने लगी है, रिक्शे वाले का बेटा भी कलेक्टर बनने लगा है, मजदूर की बेटी भी अफसर बन रही है। आखिर यह चमत्कार कैसे हुआ? केवल संविधान के कारण। और जिन्होंने ये लिखा वही थे डॉक्टर अंबेडकर, वही थे डॉक्टर अंबेडकर। अंबेडकर क्या है? जिसने इस देश को मानवतावाद सिखाया, स्वतंत्रता, समता, बंधुत्व संविधान में पिरोया, जो है सभी स्त्रियों के मुक्तिदाता, दलित, आदिवासी, बहुजन के प्राणदाता, आपके भी वह है न्यायदाता। आप कितना भी क्यों करें न इनकार, वही थे डॉक्टर अंबेडकर, वही थे डॉक्टर अंबेडकर। अंबेडकर क्या है? विश्व पलट पर उगता हुआ सूरज है। अंबेडकर आज विश्व पलट पर उगता हुआ सूरज है, जिसे सारी दुनिया पढ़ रही है और समझ रही है, नॉलेज ऑफ सिंबल कह रही है, जिसके लाखों पुतले बसे हैं देश और संसार में। साहब, ये मुर्दा अंबेडकर बहुत खतरनाक है। साहब, ये मुर्दा अंबेडकर बहुत खतरनाक है। मरकर भी आज वह जिंदा है, जो हमें चुप बैठने नहीं देता। खबरदार, खबरदार, अगर कोई माई का लाल करता है उनका अपमान, तो याद रखना उसका हिसाब लिया जाएगा बराबर। वही थे डॉक्टर अंबेडकर, वही थे डॉक्टर अंबेडकर, वही थे डॉक्टर अंबेडकर। आप लोगों ने मुझे यहाँ बुलाया और मौका दिया, इसलिए आप सभी का बहुत बहुत आभार, धन्यवाद। जय भीम।
Thank you, madam, for your wonderful poem.
I request convener Lavanya madam to come on to the dais. I request Professor Siva Srinivasa come on to the no? Okay. As a token of appreciation, I want Lavanya madam to present a bouquet to Sri S. Srinivasa. Token of appreciation, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, madam. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah. I request Maya, madam, please come on to the dais. I request Lavanya, madam, to do the honors to the Maya, madam.
Next speaker, Dr. G. Vijayalakshmi ma'am, Veeranari Chakali Ailamma, Koti Women's College. Her topic is Challenges in Effective Implementation of Innovation Approaches to Empowerment, Role of Technology and Digital Inclusion.
Good afternoon to one and all. I thank the organizing committee for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present my views on the topic, challenges in effective implementation of innovative approaches to empowerment, role of technology and digital inclusion. I think it is more apt for me to bring in my laptop and discuss about the particular topic. Thank you. So as we move on, well, we are commemorating the birth anniversaries of great Indian social reformers, Dr. Babu Jagjivan, Jyothibai Phule and Dr.B.R.Ambedkar. It's a time for us, and again, to remember their great contributions to the Indian society. It's a day for us to remember because even though so many decades have passed post-independence, we still have to talk about them, we still have to take their works and contributions as inspiration, and we still have to discuss and celebrate them. This has become really essential for us to guide from time to time to walk onto the right path. And I'm here today to take the discussions to the next level and also talk about how the technology and the digital inclusion is also playing its vital role in bringing about the inclusion, all aspects of the inclusion, and its contribution to the empowerment and women empowerment as a special case. So digital inclusion, in a broader sense, it tells us the efforts that requires that every individual, regardless of their socio-economic, geographical or the cultural liabilities, will be able to access the technology as well as the digital tools. It involves access to the digital tools, the training is essential for the skills, the sufficient skills enough to handle the digital knowledge, then creating e-learning material and also understanding it to empower beyond the barriers or the limitations. The bridging digital divide in the present day is essential to foster equitable opportunities for the creation of technology, how to access them, and also how to increase the global connectivity by the usage of the digital technology. But then there are challenges which are involved for effective as well as the innovative approach that we are trying to explore and imbibe with the technology into the society for the various developments, be it social, economic, or any other aspects that we are going to talk about. But as we already know, we are witnessing that marginalized communities still are looking for a proper platform where they can have access to this digital resources and at the affordable price, and also have the digital inclusion. So lack of digital literacy, infrastructural gaps, resistance to change, and also the cybersecurity related crimes, they can be addressed by empowering each and every individual with digital knowledge, improve digital literacy, and try to have digital inclusion. But then, as we are here to talk about that, there are many limitations for achieving this. As someone rightly said that inclusiveness and integrity, they are the powerful tools of the modern India. And this is what also becomes the main aspects of the leaders. The present day leaders have to work on these two elements from time to time. So the public-private partnerships and community-driven initiatives can also amplify the impact of this digital inclusion efforts. So empowerment is possible through technology as one of its, the primary elements. And this is a multifaceted challenge, of course, but with strategic planning and collaboration, it holds immense potential to transform the lives. So empowerment, the digital inclusion and empowerment today, they walk hand in hand, enabling individuals and community to take control of their lives, actively participate in various social activities, try to have the access and opportunities in economic, political, and cultural domains. And in the recent times, what we have seen is that the innovation-driven empowerment strategies related to them have increasingly integrated technology with the modern India. So to enhance access to essential services like education, healthcare, and financial systems, and many more to add, have become very, very important for us to talk and discuss in these kind of areas. Digital inclusion. So it is what we are talking about in terms of policies, the programs, and also the practices which definitely aim at providing the equitable access to the use of information and communication technologies. So the practical implementation of these innovative approaches is often, they are hindered by range of persistent challenges, like we have digital divide and access limitations. So technology-based empowerment is very good to listen to, but what we are able to achieve, to what extent we are able to achieve, is what is creating the digital divide, because it is being subjected to a lot of discrimination at various levels. So socio-economic inequalities, they often restrict access to the digital tools and also the internet services. Especially the rural population, they are not having the proper access to the digital knowledge or digital literacy. So there are barriers such as the unavailability of smartphones, inadequate internet infrastructure, the maintenance of the infrastructure, they all form the limitations in the urban areas, not to mention about the rural areas where these kind of topics or the things are very new to them. Then secondly, there is lack of digital skills and digital literacy. So this restricts the effective technology use which can be applied at the various levels of education, teaching and learning process, and the further things can follow this what we are now trying to understand. So this kind of digital skills are very important because they range from the basic device handling to a critical evaluation and utilization of the digital content can be done more effectively with the digital knowledge. So this gap of disproportionately handling the digital literacy or the knowledge has been causing a gap between the women, the older adults, and also those with the minimal education. Without structured digital literacy and skill development programs, the technology-based empowerment is of no use to us. Then third comes the cultural and social constraints. So the cultural beliefs and societal expectations, they often limit the acceptance of technological tools. So in certain communities, we also observe that the female use of the technology is discouraged or restricted, reducing their participation in digital initiatives. Also, the traditional power structures, they may resist the usage of the technical and the technological interventions, but of course, this is what we need to realize, that the technology has to be integrated into the fabric of the society and then try to involve as many communities, as many organizations as possible into this, the technology-driven empowerment. We have policy and regulatory deficiencies as well. So the success of digital empowerment, it depends upon comprehensive and supportive policy environments, but there are many countries where the underdeveloped regulations concerning the digital access, data protection and cybersecurity is not being focused upon, and it fails. The digital technology, although available, the application of the digital skills or the digital technology fails miserably when it is not being handled properly. And now, of course, the learned individuals of the society they are being facing lot of problems in handling the digital knowledge, even if it is for the online internet banking system that we are using very extensively, online e-commerce. So all these are of course technically and technologically more available to us. The things happens by a click of a button, but then when it when it reverts back with some problems, addressing such problems becomes very, very difficult. So this creates a sense of fear, a sense of, a limitation among the people, because of which most of the people they are not very keen to use these kind of digital resources for making their things happen on day-to-day basis. And also there are infrastructure and technological shortcomings which are also available, financial constraints and affordability, gender-specific challenges are also available. So all these are causing a lot of problems with the digital inclusiveness. There are also weak implementation and evaluation systems, because of which the digital empowerment programs, they fall short because of the poor implementation. There is absence of robust monitoring and also evaluation frameworks. There are concerns over trust as well as the security when we are using these various digital platforms for our day-to-day, the transactions or the usage. Then there are concerns also regarding the privacy, the data misuse, and also surveillance discourage user participation is happening. There is especially under among the vulnerable groups, this is prone to happen very easily and conveniently. Strong data protection measures and transparent practices are very, very important to add as layers, as a multiple layers to the digital knowledge as well as the digital skills. And of course, there are challenges in sustainability as well as the scalability. So due to these, the users are not very keen to use the digital knowledge as well as the digital skills. So they are more than happy with the conventional methods of dealing with the knowledge or the information available. The best examples of having, the challenges, we know there are many challenges for the digital inclusion, but it has been understood that the government also takes several initiatives, proposes several initiatives to include the digital inclusion as a part of our lives through various digital schemes. Like we have Aadhaar, which has been successfully applied. We have UPI, right? We have been using this UPI very often these days. And we also have CoWIN. The success of CoWIN we have witnessed during the COVID time. We have been very carefully using it. And there is Diksha in the field of the education, which is trying to cater to the needs as well as the requirements of the various students by providing a platform to share the knowledge that is available on this single platform. And also in the field of the agriculture, we have AgriStack, which is very, very prominently being used by the agriculturalists and the farmers these days. So they are looking at the government for various initiatives to be to be included into the system, so that it caters to the needs of each and every individual. But then still there are problems and the challenges that we are, as I mentioned, that there is a lack of trust on these, the digital technology that we are using. Besides the usage, they are not affordable, and also there are problems with the maintenance of these kind of digital tools as well. And the maintenance is not very easy for each and every section of the society to take care of that. So there are challenges with this, but still, I think probably it would have been better to show these graphs, but I'll share a little information here. The current percentage of the digital literacy, the data that is available, which has been taken from the internet, it very clearly indicates that approximately 38% of the household in India, they are digitally literate. This is defined as at least one person in every household which with an age group of 5 years and above, they are being able to operate a computer and also use the internet. And when it comes to the individual digital literacy, for a group of aged above 15 years, around 25% of the individuals and above, they have been able to form, they try to understand in some form or the other about the digital literacy. But this data is outdated but needs to be updated very soon. This is like 5 years old data which I am trying to share with you. And coming to the youth digital literacy, a more specific survey has been done which quotes that 26.8% of the individuals in the group of 15 to 24 age and 28% in the group of 20 years and above age group, they can perform basic internet functions like searching for the information, sending emails, and conducting online transactions. But this is not just enough for us, and we need to try to improve our data. So coming to the digital literacy in India, we obviously witness very clearly that there is an urban-rural divide. So digital literacy is significantly higher, which is expected in the urban areas with about 61% of the households. And when it comes to the rural area, it is very low of about 25%, and some data shows that it is about 32% in the rural area who are digitally literate. And of course, there is a gender gap, and this is what can be understood, that about 14.5% of the rural women can perform the basic internet task within an age group of 15 to 30 years as compared to 28.1% of the rural men. So it's the percentage is less in case of the rural women. Then socio-economic factors, households with regular wage or salaried income from non-agricultural occupations in rural India, they have very higher digital literacy, around 53%, but when it comes to the casual workers in the agriculture, it is about only 13%. So state-wise, I can share this data here. So as per the data recorded in the 2024, Goa has the highest of about 65.7% of digital literacy, and when it comes to the Telangana, it is only 47.2%. I'm just giving you a few data here, a few states data here, and the least being the Chhattisgarh with 11.9% digital literacy. So the computer literacy, apart from the digital literacy, when we come to the computer literacy, so it is the ability to use the computer and perform the basic functions. So about 24.7 individuals with the age group above 15 years, they are able to work on the computers comfortably. So this, as per the data that available on the internet, which is being published by the National Sample Survey, so it says that about 60 to, there is an increase in the male literacy rate from 60% to 80% in over a period of 10 years. For the last 10 years, it has witnessed that, and as much as the women literacy rate also increased from 30% to 60%. So this is a welcome sign as far as the digital literacy rate is increasing, but then more to achieve for us. And coming to the internet subscribers, both at the rural, urban, and total, we have observed that it can be easily understood that the urban subscribers, there are about 523 million subscribers, internet subscribers in the urban area, whereas there is only 358 million internet subscribers when it comes to the rural areas. So there is so much of the data that we can gather from the internet, we can do analysis and think upon that, but ultimately what it says is that, coming to the conclusions, the technology, it offers transformative possibilities for empowering individuals as well as the communities. It enhances the inclusion and also promotes equity. This is something that we need to focus on, and its effective use and its effective and meaningful use, it depends upon addressing a host of challenges like ranging from infrastructure, policy deficits to cultural barriers and economic inequalities. A comprehensive approach that promotes inclusive policies, invests in digital literacy and involves local communities, it is very, very essential. So we need to have more of a public-private partnerships wherein we can invite the private organizations, the corporate organizations to take in more of the moral responsibility to participate along with the government initiatives, and then take this and also add a lot of their contributions from their side to the digital inclusion. So empowerment through technology, it must be context aware, equitable, and rooted in human rights to achieve lasting impact and also truly bridge the digital divide. So achieving higher levels of digital literacy is considered essential for India to become a truly digitally empowered society and also a knowledge economy. With these words, I would like to end my presentation, and I once again take this opportunity to thank all the organizing committee members for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present my view on the challenges that we face when it comes to the digital inclusion. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, madam, for your wonderful presentation. Now I would like to call Dr. V. Samanatha, ma'am, Placement Officer, Department of Business Management, Vice Principal, University College of Commerce and Business Management. Her topic is Education and Social Mobility Towards Empowerment of Marginal Sections in India, Historical Perspectives.
Thank you, Srishna Garu, and I thank the organizers of this today's event for the paper presentations. I would like to talk briefly on education and social mobility towards empowerment of marginalized sections in India. I would touch upon certain historical perspectives as well as the way forward also I would like to throw light upon. As education has historically been a transformative force in India's socio-political landscape, especially for marginalized communities. I would like to trace the historical evolution of education in India with a specific focus on its role in enabling the social mobility and empowerment among marginalized sections, including the scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, Adivasis, including Adivasis and other backward classes and other minorities as well. Through an interdisciplinary lens, I would like to explore the interplay between pre-colonial, colonial and post-independence educational policies, reforms, affirmative actions and contemporary challenges. So while education has opened doors for empowerment, systematic inequalities and socio-cultural barriers also continue to restrict the equitable access and outcomes. To start with, education, as it has widely regarded as a powerful vehicle for social transformation and upward mobility, in the Indian context, its potential assumes greater significance due to deep-rooted social inequalities based on caste, tribe and gender. Historically, excluded from formal learning, marginalized communities such as scheduled castes, scheduled tribes and other backwards have had to struggle for access to education. So historical trajectory of educational access for these groups and the impact of their socio-economic status should go through the pre-colonial context wherein the exclusion and hierarchy has been deepened. In ancient and medieval India, education was deeply entwined with the caste system. The Brahminical order restricted formal education to upper caste, primarily Brahmins, who had exclusive access to sacred knowledge and learning institutions such as Gurukuls. Sudras and Dalits, then called the untouchables, were prohibited from reading or even hearing sacred texts like Vedas, with violations often punished harshly. Manusmriti and similar religious texts institutionalized the hierarchy, limiting the lower castes to menial labor and hereditary occupations. The tribal communities, later categorized as scheduled tribes, were largely excluded from this mainstream educational paradigm, being geographically and culturally distanced from the caste society. To understand the colonial period where the entry through reform and resistance took place, the British colonial period marked the beginning of a slow but significant shift. Modern education, introduced for administrative purposes, became a channel through which marginalized groups could gain access to new ideas and socio-economic opportunities. Christian missionaries played a crucial role in educating Dalits and tribal children, especially through vernacular languages. Reformers like Jyothibai Phule and Savitribai Phule opened schools for girls and Dalits, challenging the dominant norms. Dr.B.R.Ambedkar, born into an untouchable caste, became a symbol of educational empowerment.
His academic success, culminating in a doctorate from Columbia University, and political activism emphasized education as a tool for dignity and resistance. So these developments laid the groundwork for marginalized communities to see education as a means to challenge entrenched hierarchies. So to observe the post-independence India, which has introduced the constitutional mandates and educational reforms, the India's constitution adopted in 1950 provided a robust framework for promoting educational equality. Article 15 prohibits discrimination based on caste. Article 46 directs the state to promote the educational interests of SCs and STs. Reservation policies, which have been introduced as affirmative action, were introduced in educational institutions and government jobs for SCs and STs, later extended to OBCs. The Kothari Commission emphasized education as an instrument of national development and social integration. Special programs such as scholarships, midday meals, and hostels for SC/ST students aim to increase retention and performance. To look education as a pathway to empowerment, education has demonstrably altered the life trajectories of many in marginalized groups. Increased literacy rates among SCs and STs according to the caste census of 2011, and emergence of Dalit and tribal scholars, writers, and politicians, growing representation in universities, civil services, and professional sectors, we can observe these improvements. Dalit literature and academia have become potential tools for self-expression and critique of caste oppression. Tribal youth also have gained platforms to engage with ecological and cultural rights through education. For women from these communities, education is doubly empowering, challenging both caste and gender hierarchies. Residential schools for girls of marginalized sections have made a tangible impact. Though we have forwarded towards empowerment, there are still persistent barriers and systematic inequality. Despite this progress, the challenges remain. High dropout rates, particularly in secondary education among SC/ST students, caste-based discrimination in classrooms and peer environments, infrastructural gaps in rural and tribal regions, digital divide and language barriers hinder the access to equal content. So many marginalized students face cultural alienation in curricula and lack mentors who share their social background, affecting self-esteem and continuity in higher education, including the universities of both state and center. So in all these circumstances, what's the way forward for all the people who are thinking of empowerment of marginalized sections? To truly empower the marginalized through education, several strategies could be taken apart. Strengthen inclusive pedagogy and anti-discrimination training for the educators. Expand digital infrastructure in undeserved regions. Develop contextualized and decolonized curricula that reflects diverse narratives. Innovation and societal commitment are necessary to ensure that education truly becomes an equalizing force. So thanking the organizers for giving me this opportunity, I conclude my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your valuable presentation. Now I would like to call B. Radhika, degree lecturer, Tribal Welfare Residential Law College. Her title, Marginalization Through the Ages, a Historical Perspective.
Good afternoon, everyone, and respected dignitaries of the dais. And today we are celebrating, and seminar is conducting for that great legendaries and 3 more reformers and important they sacrifices their life for that caste discrimination and social inequality and social justice. And thank you for giving this opportunity. And today my topic is marginalization through the ages, a historical perspective. And this paper explores multi-faced phenomena of marginalization as a historical and contemporary missions of power, embedded social, political, economical, and cultural structures. And in this, it's examine how individuals and groups have been systematically excluded from the essential rights, opportunities, and resources through the institutions, norms, and governance. And the study traces marginalization from ancient time to modern era and focusing on India, particular India. And it also illustrated how colonial policies entraced caste and class hierarchies and displaced tribal communities. It's also this topic is that the 19th and 20th centuries marked by the industrialization and nationalist movements brought new challenges and resistance efforts, including anti-caste and women's rights movements. Ultimately, the study emphasized the understanding the historical roots. Marginalization is crucial for addressing ongoing inequalities and building a more equality and just society. In this, this topic is that important, and also is important in this marginalization is the process to the individuals or entire communities are systematically pushed to the figures of society, depriving them access to powers, resource, and opportunities that are necessary for full participation, social and political and economical life. The phenomena of marginalization often framed contemporary issues in the discussions of development, human rights, and policy reformers. And understanding the marginalization. In this understanding marginalizations are the types include social marginalization and economic marginalization and political marginalization. In this economic social marginalization, cultural participation, being excluded from the contributing to our engaging cultural expressions, traditions, and shared values, and community life, being left out social networks, events, civic engagement or public relations, and making progress. This is the social marginalization. And economical marginalization involves the systematic exclusion of individuals or groups from the meaning participation in economical life. And denial of livelihood and limitation or no access employment opportunities and resource or support needed to the sustain a living. Denial of property, barriers to owning land, homes, other assets, often due to the discriminatory laws and practices. And denial of fair wages. These are the economical marginalizations. And political marginalization. In this, political marginalization refers to the exclusion of individuals or groups from the participating in the political process and decision making. In this, exclusion from the governance, limited or no representation in political officers, leadership positions, institutions that make decisions offering their leaves, and exclusion from the policy making, lack of voice or influence in the certain of laws, policies, and programs impact their communities. Denial of rights, being denial fundamental politics such as voting and forming associations, and legal, structural, informal means that a political marginalization undermines democratic values, and in the marginalized groups are left and without power to advocate for their needs, for protect their interest. This is their economical marginalizations are this one. And in this phenomena is the historical perspective in this topic is that three ages, ancient and medieval and colonial period is that marginalization is discussed this paper. And ancient India, the caste system and the marginalization Dalits. In ancient India, caste system also known as Varna system, that is the fourfold caste system is Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Sudras are in this mention in that ancient caste system. And these marginalization were not just spiritual and symbolic, it had real and consequences. The systematic marginalization was sustained our countries, and all those social reforms movements and legal interventions have challenged the caste system in the modern times. In legacy continue after millenniums in India and across the South Asia. And also in this marginalization in the medieval period, and we last discussed ancient time of that caste system and marginalization in the medieval period. The medieval period in the India, 8th to 18th century was marked by the consolidation powers of kingdoms and emperors and the rise of new religions and cultural forms and continued enforcement of rigid cultural structure. During this era, system of marginalization become more entrenched, affecting individual communities on the basis of caste, gender, religion, and region. This is that marginalized modern medieval period, and in this caste-based medieval period, in that marginalization is that medieval period, caste-based marginalization. Caste continued to be the dominant exists marginalization in medieval India. The Varna system became increasingly rigid, and particularly with the consolidation of Brahmanical orthodoxies. The Dalits and Sudras were relegated lowest rungs of society and were denied access to the temple, education, land ownership, and position of powers. And gender marginalization. Women across India, including the Telangana, were subject to patriarchal norms. Their access to education and inheritance and public life was severely restricted. Practice like child marriages, parada, and sati, and reflect deep-rooted gender inequalities. It is that gender marginalization, and women from the marginalized caste before the double burden oppressed both the caste system and patriarchal. And religious marginalization with the arrival of Islamic rules in the part of Deccan region medieval period, religious diversity increased, but so did not religious discrimination certain contexts. The tribal and regional marginalization, these customs were traditions and primitive and were often subjected forced administratively economic exploitation. The next one is the colonial marginalization in India. The British colonial rule in India, lasting from the mid-18th to 20th century, brought about deep structural changes in the intensified existing forms of marginalization, include new ones, and the religious like Telangana and affected colonialism were expressed both directly and indirectly in the changes of land ownership, labor system, and social inheritances. And this one, my last one, my conclusion is that one is the number of what I am saying in this Dalit movements also it is that marginalization in that marginalization that national reformers are fight for that like Baba-Ambedkar, Jyothibai, Phule, and social justice and equality of the society that Babu, Jagjivan fight for that marginalization and caste discrimination in that and resistance of rise of resistance and reforms and anti-caste movement led by that Ambedkar and other demanded dignity, education and reservation for Dalits, Women movements and demanded surface access to the education and protection against exploitation, and resistance to marginalization. While the history of marginalization is long to complex, it is equally history of resistance and reclaiming dignity. Across countries and continents, and marginalized communities have challenged their exclusion through the movements and revolutions and everyday act of courage. These struggles have not only disrupted oppressive system but also reshaped society, laws and collective consciousness. And the Dalit movement in India, Dalits, formerly known as untouchables, and lead powerful movement against caste discrimination, particularly during the 20th century. And the most of the influential of these was led by the Dr. Ambedkar, a jurist and social reformer and principal architect of the Indian Constitution. And Ambedkar mobilized Dalits through the education, political activism and public campaigns. He denounced the Hindu caste system and demanded reservation in education and jobs, and advocated for religious conversion as a form of liberation, culminating in the mass conversion to Buddhism in 1956. His efforts laid the foundation for affirmative action policies and inspired countless Dalit movements across India. In India, women like Savitribai Phule, Begum Rekha, and later Anasuya Sarabhai and Ela Bhatta lead education and labor movements in that. And contemporary relevance, although these societies have made significant stride and justice, equality, marginalization remains a press issue the modern world. Historical system of exclusion continue to shape the present, often in the subaltern system of forms. Understanding the legacy of marginalization is crucial for addressing the inequalities that persist today and building more inclusive futures. Next one, that conclusion is what conclusion this. My topic is importantly, marginalization is not only historic, it is going in modern India and Telangana. Despite constitutional guarantees and progressive policies, caste-based discrimination, gender inequality, and tribal displacement and religious conclusions remain deeply entrenched. New forms of marginalization, such as the digital divide, climate injustice, and the urban displacement, reflect the change in the counters of the inequality in the globalization world. These modern issues often disproportionately affected the same communities' historical oppressed, relieving the continuity of exclusion across time. Thank you for giving this opportunity to everyone, and especially thanks to you, my supervisor and my guide, Lavanya madam. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your presentation. Now I would like to call our Dean Madam, Professor Lavanya Ma'am, to come on the dais, and Professor Daisy Madam, Associate Director, Dr. Hamida B Madam, Minority Cell Director, and Upender Sir, Phule Center Director. Now I'd like to call Dean Sir. Rajendra Sir, please come to Sir. వాళ్ళని మనం దాంట్లో పిలుస్తాం కదా మనం. Sir, please. Lingappa Sir. Youth Welfare Officer. Raghu Sir is busy. Now a tokenament of love from our centers. Now I'd like to call Dr. G. Vijayalakshmi Ma'am. Please come to the dais. ask him. అది బొకే కూడా ఉంది కదా బొకే ఉంది ఇక్కడ ఒకటి ఉంది అది ఓకే. బుక్కెస్ కూడా ఉంది ఒక నిమిషం ఉంటాను. Dr. Konda Nageshwarrao sir, Director, Civil Service Academy, Vice Principal, Arts College.
Thank you very much.
బొకే కూడా ఇవ్వండి మేడం, బొకే కూడా ఇవ్వండి. Now Professor C.H. Srinivas sir, Professor of Physics, Osmania University. Now I would like to call Professor Maya Devi ma'am.
Maya madam, please come. Yes, it's coming madam.
Now Dr. B. Samanatha ma'am, as Placement Officer, Department of Business Management, Vice Principal, University College of Commerce and Business Management. B. Radhika, Degree College Lecturer. Thank you one and all.
Madam, thank you. Thank you, Lavanya madam, and other directors. And I request all the participants join for the tomorrow program at 10 o'clock. Some of the programs will be organized at the auditorium and some of the programs organized at Arts College. We'll inform you by shortly. Thank you very much. I thank all the administrative staff who are relentlessly participating and making this grand event success. EMRC people especially thank for covering the program since morning. Especially we all thank all the organizers, co-conveners, thank Raghupati sir making this grand event very, very successful since morning to evening and with your active participation also. Thank you so much, sir.